Starvation, the recipe, people subdued. When the people you trust got it in for you. Deceit is the word of the day in every crew. Don't let it go. It's from the days of old. Time is up, but some still do not know. Can I make up my mind? Is it worth the dime? Do I have to take a minute just to make it mine? Life's never fair, but don't listen to the TV. Go out and take a listen to the streets with the people in the slums and the homeless bums with degrees and degrees sitting under a tree. It's not easy in the world for the poor man, the one that brought you to reality. See, they don't want you to know about the black sheep. Even 7 rows to the 12 families all around the globe with an ancient code. Is it really asking a lot to say a death old? Cause we sitting on the earth looking back at extinct, and I'm standing on some ground that's about to sink. I ain't scared for a minute, I ain't about to blink, but I documented for the world what I see and think. Feel we on the call and up and we on the break. All Congress gonna do is waste paper and ink. Vote or die, you voted and you'll die. You can have it both ways, can't say it's a lie. You can march all you want, but they playing you wrong. They only understand war, it's the same old song. They want war, all they really want is a war. The versionary tactic to make the pigs fall. The diamonds in the morning, you know they want more, but they wanna keep you low, so they manifest the war. All they really want is a war. The versionary tactic to make the pigs fall. The diamonds in the morning, you know they want more, but they wanna keep you low, so they manifest the war. Like the lotus coming out of the mud with colors, I create envy in those with power but jealous. I unify the poor with my song, the hell with the others. Descended the way they treat indigenous brothers, cause I understand we link forever. They try to hate us even though that we keep it together. I'm not talking about controlling the air or the weather. I'm talking about maintaining the truth, the high endeavor. A rebel drops bombs in the midst of trouble. The free world counterattack and now there's double. But nature gets the shit in a way that's subtle. If you stop the machines for a minute, you might hear, but they won't, cause the TVs whisper in the ear. And capitalism has eyes that don't fear, and they cloud up and get crazy and won't stare. And like an ad, it's hard to get an ass to listen. Living like this is like living in prison. It's hard to keep hope when you're living in prison. The spiritual thoughts, so yes, the mental prison. This outside, yes, it's got to get through. Something's gotta die, so something here can live. Your life is nothing if you got nothing to give. Keeping the spiritual, yes, disguise is religion. Controlling your mind, the mental prison. All they really want is a war. The versionary tactic to make the pigs fall. The diamonds in the morning, you know they want more, but they wanna keep you low, so they manifest the war. All they really want is a war. The versionary tactic to make the pigs fall. The diamonds in the morning, you know they want more, but they wanna keep you low, so they manifest the war.
Terrorist regime is being absolutely crushed. 47 years of tolerating and enabling the world's leading state sponsor of terrorism are over. Iran's murderous terrorist leaders are paying for their crimes against America, and they are paying in blood. Since 1979, the terrorist Iranian regime has actively and intentionally...
And see, this is the thing. It's like mixed messaging coming out of the White House. On one hand, it's about freeing, quote unquote, the people of Iran from this terrible regime. But on the other hand, it's about blood, people paying in blood. I mean, I'm sorry, but this is not diplomatic. This is not diplomatic speech. This is not diplomatic speech at all. This is behaving like you or them, the people you complain about. They're saying that this Iranian regime has been brutal, out for blood, killing murderous terrorists. But yet, what is the language like in return? And who cares if you pay in blood? Everyone pays in blood. It does paying in blood give you some inherent right on earth? I mean, plenty of people in the United States, their families have paid in blood. What does that get them? What does it get them? I mean, really, how is the blood quantified? How do we count it? How do we say, okay, they paid in blood, and so now the world is better? How do we count that? You see what I mean? So this is not even really diplomatic speech. And this is Caroline Leavitt because, they're leaning into this lust and desire to kill people, thinking that it's justice. It's the same thing that they're doing with ICE, leaning into this thing about brutalizing people like it's justice, like you're getting something better for it. Like the American people's lives are better because we're out for blood from the Iranian regime. We killed and murdered some Iranians. So life is better in the U.S., right? We killed and we murdered some immigrants, so life is better for everybody else, right? Wrong. No improvement. No improvement yet.
Sponsor of terrorism are.
I mean, and not to mention, this is the same thing they got when they ran into office. They called all this shit deep state. They were like, it's the deep state making up this stuff. It's all deep state. Now what? You see what I'm saying? Now what? What happened to 9/11? Wasn't that deep state? You see what I'm saying? Wasn't that deep state? Isn't that wasn't that an inside job? 9/11, that and then we had to go to the Middle East and conquer the Iranians and conquer the Iraqis and do that. Whatever happened to all that shit being deep state? Now listen to the rhetoric. Now they're back there again, and we're supposed to forget. We're supposed to just forget overnight. I mean,
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Under the leadership of President Donald J. Trump, the rogue Iranian terrorist regime is being absolutely crushed. 47 years of tolerating and enabling the world's leading state sponsor of terrorism are over. Iran's murderous terrorist leaders are paying for their crimes against America, and they are paying in blood. Since 1979, the terrorist Iranian regime has actively and intentionally facilitated the killings of Americans. They chant death to America and fund other radical terrorists who attack our country and are seeking to destroy Western civilization itself. These terrorists seized our embassy and took 66 Americans hostage.
It's the same old shit. This is the same old shit. Levitt is a clown. Hey, Warlord Dio, listen, there's something I can tell you're not a human rights advocate because usually people label themselves what they identify as, right? So you've never heard me identify myself as a black LGBTQ creator. So I'm just saying, of course, if you are yourself, you shouldn't be ashamed of that if that's what you are. But I'm not ashamed of what I am. And I will tell you what I am. And I have done it before. So I hope you respect that also, I hope you get that. I don't know what you are. I don't know if you're black, white. I don't know if you're LGBTQ. But I tell you what, I would never identify you in that way. You see what I mean? Unless you identify it yourself, you see. So for those that want to know, I'm a heterosexual black man from Washington, D.C., born and raised in 1970 out of D.C. My family goes back on both sides to the colonial period. But as a grown-ass man, I live abroad. I moved outside of the U.S. when I was 30. Nothing wrong with that. You know what I'm saying? But I'm not prejudiced towards gay people. I'm not prejudiced towards LGBTQ. I'm not prejudiced towards women. No, I'm not a misogynist. Also, I hope you're proud of that. Let's give a clap for all the men like myself that aren't misogynists. Yay! Let's give a clap to all the men like myself that aren't bigoted towards LGBTQ. Yay! See, you don't have to be someone else to understand that everybody else should have space to be who they are as long as they're not hurting anybody else, man. So, just to let you know, according to human and civil rights, you should let people identify themselves. Okay, so please don't identify me outside of my, what I tell you again. Is all right, please don't do that. Otherwise, I'll block you. That's all I'm saying. And again, it's no pun intended, but this is something, that gets done often that people, trolls try to do because they don't want us talking about the news. You connect intelligent black men and the connection that they have in their mind is something sexual or something, pervert. You see what I'm saying? So in this person's mind, he's an intelligent black man. He's gay. Be proud of that. Listen, I'm not gay. So there it is. And again, it's nothing wrong if you are. It's nothing wrong with you if you are. There's plenty of people that are. But there is something wrong when you label people something they're not. So I'm just going to take a second to correct your error and hope that you have enough respect to understand that. You see what I mean? Now, let's go on.
In Tehran. They slaughtered.
Yeah, exactly. She calls herself a Christian. You see what I'm saying? So let's talk about who she is. You know what I'm saying?
241 U.S. service members with a truck bombing in Beirut.
Be happy.
Yeah, I knew she was kind of going to come out here and you know what? As a matter of fact, let me just go erase this person, because they trying to play games with people. Let's see. They can go get a new name or some shit. Yeah, that's Caroline Levitt, and she's out for blood as usual. Yeah, that's how it's just going to be. We're going to kill some people, and the price of goods is going to stay high. That's all it is. So,
and this is just a small fraction of their blood-soaked record. Prior leaders have been too weak.
Look, she's saying that they have a blood-soaked record. But the first thing she said when she came out is she said that they're going to pay in blood. I mean, how is that better?
Good afternoon, everyone. Under the leadership of President Donald J. Trump, the rogue Iranian terrorist regime is being absolutely crushed. 47 years of tolerating and enabling the world's leading state sponsor of terrorism are over. Iran's murderous terrorist leaders are paying for their crimes against America, and they are paying in blood.
You see what I'm saying? You see, they're paying in blood. You see? So, I mean, I don't get it. It's like, for some reason, I think I really feel sorry for American people, because to me, when I hear her say this, it makes it sound like you accept that as profit. You accept them being killed as profit to your life, as an improvement to your life, And I'm quite sure American people know that there has been no improvement to their life. Killing them doesn't have anything to do with your national policy, how your country is run inside. It doesn't improve. In fact, killing them will not replace the harm that Trump has done to the economy. It won't do it. They can kill them all they want. None of that oil money is going back into any American citizen's pockets. It's not going to help you buy health care. It's not going to help you do anything. It's all private industry. Killing people will not improve the American citizens' lives. It won't make your electricity go down. It won't make your minimum wage go up. It won't make the cost of living go down. It won't help you get health care. It won't help you get access to education. It won't do any of that. It's just talk. It's just talk, basically. What it will do is get you paying for the bombs and the bullets that it costs to kill other people, though. You will pay for that.
1979. The terrorist Iranian regime has actively and intentionally.
Exactly. It's only raising the prices and shit. Thank you. You know what I'm saying? This is crazy.
Facilitated the killings of Americans. They chant death to America and fund other radical terrorists who attack our country and are seeking to destroy Western civilization itself.
They already said Western civilization was destroyed. Her party went to Europe, a place where they have universal health care, a place where they have universal education. Her party, her maggot-ass party, went to Europe to preach to them about values. Yes, they did. Yes, they did have that nerve. And if Western civilization is falling apart in the U.S., it's because Americans don't take care of Americans first. That's what they're not doing. They're not taking care of American children first. They're worried about what the children look like before they want to help them. They're not worried about American women first. They're worried about what the women look like before they help them. They're not worried about American men. They're worried about what the American men look like before they help them. You see what I'm saying? It's like, it's just ridiculous, man. These
terrorists seized our embassy and took 66 Americans hostage in Tehran. They slaughtered 241 U.S. service members with a truck bombing in Beirut. They killed and maimed.
But when Biden did something about it, they didn't give a fuck. You see how hypocritical this party is? They said everything Biden did about any of that shit was wrong. The whole thing. Everybody else was wrong. That's what MAGA said. Trump, first of all, they said Biden was wrong. Obama was wrong. Clinton was wrong. Bush was wrong. Everyone was wrong. Now they're saying the same exact things.
Hundreds of American service members in Iraq, and this is just a small fraction of their blood-soaked record. Prior leaders have been too weak and ineffective to address this threat. Some, like Barack Hussein Obama.
I knew she was going to say it. This must be Trump writing this script. Whoever it is culture war, culture war, culture war, culture war. Like, you know, I could have guessed she was going to say Obama. You know, the next is going to be Biden.
Just a small fraction of their blood-soaked record. Prior leaders have been too weak and ineffective to address this threat. Some, like Barack Hussein Obama, even sent pallets of cash that ultimately financed this terrorist crusade against the United States and our people, while signing stupid and naive deals that put Iran on the path of developing nuclear bombs. After years of endless appeasement and empty statements from politicians on both sides of the political aisle in this town, President Trump is finally the man of action. President Trump is holding these monsters accountable and permanently extinguishing their nuclear ambitions. Future generations of Americans will look to this moment as the moment where the specter of a nuclear...
This man kisses up to Putin every day, President Trump. Who does he think Iran has been working with the entire time, disseminating weapons across the Middle East? Who does he think? It's Putin. And she's acting like she don't know that at all. Who does she think armed Hezbollah? She think it was Barack Hussein Obama? Who does she think armed? Who does she think armed Hezbollah, Hamas? Who does she think even helped Iran? Who does she think? Did she forget that Putin came out and warned Trump against bombing Iran? Putin actually warned him against it. Of course, he did it anyway because Putin is a backstabber. He have no intention on doing anything to back up anybody. He just sells weapons and talks shit and gets you to start talking that colonial shit about Westerners, even though he is a colonialist himself. Right. But that's peep game, you see. So actually, the fact of the matter is that Trump can kiss up to Putin, who actually is getting drones from Iran. You come on, y'all. Get it. Who do you think Putin is getting his drones from to bomb Ukraine? You see what I'm saying? I mean, this is crazy. Put a 1 in the chat if Putin got his drones from Iran to bomb Ukraine. Put a 1 in the chat if that's true. Put a 2 in the chat if you never heard of that before. I mean, it's very simple. This is the world we live in. So what's she going to do about the people that work with Iran? What about that? What's she going to do about them? Anything she's going to do about them? You know, and this is where the real issue lies, actually, you know, but in any case, let's hear some more. She tripping.
Plan of action. President Trump is holding these monsters accountable and permanently extinguishing their nuclear ambitions. Future.
Well, they won't be selling drones to Putin anymore. That's for sure. You know what I'm saying? Finally, we asked Trump to do something about that before, and Trump refused. He refused to do something about it. You see what I'm saying? But now I guess he's doing something about it. I mean, maybe he didn't intend on it, but that's what they're doing.
Generations of Americans will look to this moment as the moment.
Yeah, they have an obsession with Barack Obama. You're right. Trump's obsession with Barack Hussein Obama and this lady's obsession with Barack Hussein Obama it just never ends.
Where the specter of a nuclear arm.
Barack is not the president anymore. Why are they obsessed with him?
Iran.
Trump is the president. We need to talk about Trump right now.
Armed Iran ended. At the beginning of Operation Epic Fury, launched last weekend, President Trump laid out clear objectives to the American people on what the U.S. military seeks to accomplish through these major combat operations. Number 1, destroy the regime's deadly ballistic missiles and completely raze their missile industry to the ground.
What about drones?
Number 2, annihilate the Iranian regime's navy And so far, we have destroyed more than 20 Iranian ships, including their top submarine last night, using a torpedo for the first time since World War II. There is not a single Iranian ship underway in the Arabian Gulf, Strait of Hormuz, or the Gulf of Oman. Number 3, Operation Epic Fury will ensure the regime's terrorist proxies in the region can no longer destabilize the region or the free world and attack our armed forces. And thus far, Iran's proxies are hardly putting up a fight. Number 4, this mission will guarantee that Iran can never obtain a nuclear weapon. It's safe to say that thus far...
I mean, how do you guarantee that? How do you guarantee that? Barack Hussein Obama's his treaty guaranteed that also. Why didn't you just follow it? Why didn't you just follow it? So you mean her guarantees actually depend on the next president? That's what she's saying. She just guaranteed unilaterally. You know, people hate this president right now. And she just guaranteed never again. It will never happen again. Explain to us how that's never going to happen. What is it? They're going to lack the technology? You mean there won't be two other superpowers that want them to have a nuclear bomb? How do you think North Korea got nukes? Do you think they just got it on their own, or is it because they got help? Yes, they got help to get it. How do you think Pakistan? You see what I'm saying? So, you know, this is just this nuclear bomb shit is like there's plenty of people that have nuclear bombs. She's not calling terrorists. She's not calling crazy. You see what I'm saying? So nuclear bomb doesn't mean you're a threat to somebody. It doesn't really mean that. You know, look at how many bombs Russia has. Look at how many bombs the U.S. has. Look at how many bombs. Yeah, who else? Let's go. Let's go see. Let's figure out who has. I mean, I don't want to get anybody else on their hit list, though. But I mean, I'm just saying it's not whether you have a nuclear bomb or not. That's not the test, you know, of it's just I don't get it.
Number 4, this mission will guarantee that Iran can never obtain a nuclear weapon. It's safe to say that thus far, Operation Epic Fury has been a resounding success. American forces have struck more than 2,000 targets, destroying hundreds and hundreds of ballistic missiles, launchers, and drones. As the Department of War said this morning, we expect to have complete and total dominance over Iranian airspace in the coming hours, clearing the skies for our brave warriors to continue achieving these noble and long sought-after objectives.
Listen, what everybody needs to know is very simple. If you're going to stop Iran, you're going to have to send boots in on the ground. That's really what it is. They already know that. They're a mountainous region. This is why no one has really said they want to do it. Afghanistan may have been some practice for Iran. It may have been practice for Iran, Afghanistan, but most people will tell you it's probably best to just let them be and fight from the outside. But that means you won't be able to go in and change, you know, all the little intricate infrastructure. You see what I mean? Without putting boots on the ground. It's that simple. And you could be definitely 100% sure no one wants to be on the ground first doing the on the ground invasion. You see what I mean? Nobody wants to be the first, you know, and it's just that simple. People have figured that out about the landscape of Iran. It's mountainous. It's mountainous. So going in on the ground, it's going to make you a sitting duck. You know, they're already there. You could try to bomb them out, but it's just not going to work because you're still going to have to fight hand to hand. You see what I mean? And people, when people don't want you, they don't want you, you know?
Objectives. There's been a lot of misreporting and intellectual dishonesty from the American media on why President Trump decided to launch this operation.
Yeah, facts, Kim. She's wrong.
So let me remind you. Operation Midnight Hammer, which took place last June, obliterated Iran's 3 major nuclear sites. Yet the terrorist Iranian regime has remained fully committed to rebuilding its nuclear program.
Okay. I mean, it's never going to change. Being committed to it is never going to change. You know, people that are not in working relationships with you are not thinking about your best interests. They're thinking about their own. And the United States is not a partner of Iran. So that means Iran doesn't have an obligation to think about what the United States wants or likes. Just like the United States is not a partner of Iran, the United States is not thinking about what Iran wants. So this is the thing about it. If you want to stop these kind of engagements, why not just have better relations with people? Why not try to start there at least? You cannot get better relations when you're just always turning towards war. And turning towards war only pushes these groups towards China, and it pushes these groups towards Russia. That's what it actually does. It doesn't push these groups towards the United States or any peace deals. It's terrible.
War and violence, despite President Trump dispatching two of his top and most trusted negotiators to engage in exhaustive and good faith.
She needed to take her ass out there. The truth, cowboy, she needed to take her ass out there on the front line. That's what she needs to do.
Negotiations to try and reach a deal. And the world knows this president's preference is always peace and diplomacy first. Look no further than the 8 additional global conflicts he has ended in the past year as proof. Unfortunately, the terrorists...
Sorry, that's not what people see. People don't see Trump and Netanyahu as peace and diplomacy first. That's not what people see them as. I mean, reputations mean a lot, and people just don't see them that way. Yeah.
Iranian regime refused to negotiate in good.
Even the goddamn Pope doesn't like Trump. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, come on. What religious leaders like Trump? Let's be honest. I'm talking about around the world. Which ones embrace Trump? I'm just curious about that.
Faith. They chose this path of violence and destruction, and they are reaping the consequences of their horrible decision. The regime did what they always have done. They lied, they delayed, they tried to string the United States of America along. They wanted to buy themselves time to continue building ballistic missiles and other deadly weaponry that could harm our U.S. personnel and troops in the region, and to continue aggressively pursuing their unacceptable nuclear ambitions. U.S. negotiators offered to lift crippling sanctions on Iran and even provide nuclear fuel to Iran at no cost to support a civil nuclear power program. They additionally had the opportunity to accept U.S. support as an investor in potential projects to develop peaceful nuclear energy together under a mutually agreed upon framework. Yet in response, Iran would have to forfeit their enrichment capacity once and for all.
They would have to forfeit their enrichment capacity once and for all? Okay, damn. I thought they already promised to do that under Obama's deal. Let's just check that out. Let's do some fact checking while she talks. At least we can get something out of this, right? So let me see here. 2 seconds. Let me see. Can I open this up? Yeah. Let me open up a new chat. Let's hear some more, and then I'm going to bring it back.
But Iran rejected. They accepted none of these generous and unprecedented offers by the United States. Simply put, they refused to say yes to peace. And their refusal made clear that their number one priority was building a nuclear weapon with which to threaten the United States of America. Again, the country they have been chanting death to for nearly 5 decades. Let me state this again clearly. Iran rejected the path of peace because the terrorists in charge of this regime wanted to build nuclear weapons to use against Americans and our allies. President Trump made the determination, a courageous determination and decision, that the path the United States was on with Iran had only one outcome: massive death and destruction at the hands of a nuclear-armed terroristic regime. That path of death and destruction and threats against the American people have ended with Operation Epic Fury. Operation Epic Fury has forged a new path that will better ensure the security of the United States and our people. The terrorists made a bet that President Trump would be like many of his predecessors, that he would just talk and he would refuse to enforce his clear red lines. But that has proven to be a catastrophic error in judgment. When President Trump makes a threat, and I have reiterated that threat many times from this podium to all of you over the past year, President Trump does not bluff.
All right, so here it says, did Iran refuse the U.S. offers before the 2026 war? This is what they're calling it now. Whether Iran refused depends on which side you ask. Current. The conflict known as Operation Epic Fury was launched by President Trump following the collapse of high-stakes talks in Geneva. the U.S. view, the Trump administration claims they offered a peaceful path that included allowing Iran a civilian nuclear program if they agreed to zero domestic enrichment and the export of their entire highly enriched uranium stockpile to the U.S. or Russia. Why is it to Russia? Do y'all see that? Y'all see that? Why did Trump say that you have to send your enrichment shit to Russia? Why did Trump do that? I don't understand that. That's interesting. That's interesting right there. Is that what the American people were told? Did y'all know that? Did you know that? That's the deal that Trump tried to broker with them, right? Okay, that's according to pbs.org. Okay. Let's see here. Peaceful path that included allowing Iran a civil nuclear program. So they were going to allow them a civil nuclear program if they agreed to zero domestic enrichment and the export of their entire highly enriched uranium stockpile to the USA or Russia. But why Russia? Why Russia? In any case, is Russia a partner in this? Is that what's going on again? I mean, Russia was also a partner with Venezuela, right? You haven't really heard a whole lot from Putin lately. You know what I'm saying? You know, and again, I've been telling people this the whole time. Russia sells weapons. Russia sold weapons to Hamas. They sold weapons to Hezbollah. They sold weapons to Iran. Iran sold weapons, these drones to Russia, right? But at the end of the day, Russia turns their back on them, like straight up. This is what's going on. Russia did not protect the Ayatollah Khomeini. He didn't. Not protecting Hezbollah, not protecting Hamas. I'm not saying that they need to do anything that I think they should do, but they were selling them weapons. Now, since they were selling the weapons, Russia knew what they were doing with those weapons, right? Iran knew that Russia was going to use the drones in Ukraine. Russia knew that the weapons that they were selling to Iran could also get in the hands of Hezbollah, Iran would assist Hezbollah, Iran would assist Hamas in attacking Israel. Russia knew that, right? Russia knew all of this stuff, right? I'm just stating this for the record, just for the record. You see how it goes down, dirty backstabbing. You see what I'm saying? This is how it goes down, you know, and people that don't want to be killed need to think about that. The dirty backstab. You see what I mean? It's not all cookies and gravy out there and shit. People will sell you weapons and then stab you on the back. You see what I'm saying? You know, why you would even involve yourself with them in the first place, I have no fucking clue. But that's your choice. Now, check this out. The White House argues Iran rejected these generous terms, choosing instead to rebuild nuclear sites that Trump claimed were obliterated in earlier June 2025. Right. So now the Iranian foreign minister, mediator view, Iran's foreign minister Abbas said, and Omani mediators claimed that significant progress was being made and that a deal was within reach. They argued that Iran had agreed to cap enrichment at 20% and provide full access to inspectors. Okay, so let me see here. What deal did they make with Obama? The magic Obama, man. Didn't y'all like how she mentioned Obama already 1 second into her speech? Had to be Obama. You know what I'm saying? Woo, boo, Obama, the Negro. He's not pure. He's not pure enough. His middle name, he got a Muslim name. Bad guy. Boo. Obama. Spook, are you scared? Get rid of that Obamacare, y'all. You don't want that. The deal made with Obama administration in 2015, and I haven't relooked over these facts before, but it just sounds vaguely familiar. 2015 was called the JCPOA, Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action. Its core philosophy was to trade sanctions relief for nuclear restrictions. Okay, that's according to, okay, so under the Obama, that's Britannica.com. Under Obama's deal, the U.S. did not require Iran to stop all energy production. Instead, they boxed in the program to make it impossible to build a bomb. Okay. So key terms. Okay, so there's some difference there. Key terms of the Obama deal. Enrichment cap. Iran agreed to only enrich uranium to 3.67. For context, nuclear power needs about 3.5, right? Is that it? No, 3 to 5. But a nuclear bomb requires 90%. Okay, so, right. So you got to enrich it to 90% to make a nuclear bomb. Nuclear energy or something else. Stockpile reduction. Iran had to reduce. So this is the same goddamn plan. This is the same plan. This is the same plan. Because Trump offered them, they're admitting this. They offered them to be able to enrich for energy purposes. That's what they offered them. That's what they said. Let's go back. Let me just peep this one more time and go back here. See what this deal on da. Let me pull this up over here. Let me see. Are we there? Yes, we are. So let's see here. Let's play it.
In light of the conflict that began on February 28, 2026, the diplomatic timeline and the question of refusal are central to the current debate. Did Iran refuse U.S. offers before the 2026 war? Whether Iran refused depends on which side you ask. The current conflict, known as Operation Epic Fury, was launched by President Trump following the collapse of high-stakes talks in Geneva. The U.S. view: the Trump administration claims they offered a peaceful path that included allowing Iran a civilian nuclear program if they agreed to zero domestic enrichment and the export of their entire highly enriched uranium stockpile to the.
Okay, so here's the nuance. Included allowing Iran a civil nuclear program if they agreed to zero domestic enrichment. So someone else would have to enrich their uranium for them to have a civilian nuclear program. That's the distinction here. And so then in Obama's, right, Obama's deal, it was where is it at right here? Right. It was under Obama's deal, the U.S. did not require Iran to stop all nuclear energy production. Instead, they boxed in the program to make it impossible to build a bomb. So now what's coming out of this? The deal is made so that they can have no nuclear program, civil nuclear program, period. Not without Russia or the United States overseeing it. Essentially, that's what it sounds like. You know, and I'm even curious about the distinction, if that's just a bogus distinction, just something else they could throw in there to be able to say, well, Obama didn't do this, so that's why we threw away his deal. Well, they didn't have a nuclear bomb. You know, Iran's never had a nuclear bomb because of Obama's deal. You see what I'm saying? But let's listen.
The president's word.
Let's go back and listen.
People have ended with Operation Epic Fury. Operation Epic Fury has forged a new path that will better ensure the security of the United States and our people. The terrorists made a bet that President Trump would be like many of his predecessors, that he would just talk and he would refuse to enforce his clear red lines. But that has proven to be a catastrophic error in judgment. When President Trump makes a threat, and I have reiterated that threat many times from this podium to all of you over the past year, President Trump does not bluff. The president's words are.
Put a 1 in the chat if Iran built a nuclear bomb under the, under the guise of the Obama treaty that he made. Put a 1 in the chat if Iran built a bomb. Put a 2 in the chat if they didn't. Very simple. It's about outcomes. It's not about rhetoric.
Are backed up by the mightiest warriors in the world who possess the most sophisticated capabilities this world has ever known.
There we go. Yeah, so they didn't build a bomb, a nuke. They didn't build a nuke. It's very simple. They didn't build. Here we go. They didn't. Did I get that right? They didn't build a nuke. Very simple. Okay, not under Obama's deal. So let's continue here. Let's go on.
President Trump does not bluff. The president's words are backed up by the mightiest warriors in the world who possess the most sophisticated capabilities this world has ever known.
Yeah, But the people in the Obama administration said the same thing. They have the mightiest people on earth, and it's the mightiest military the world has ever known. And guess what? The administration before that too, and the administration before that, and the one before that. Just like the GDP has never been greater at any other time. Why is that? Because in the past administration, the GDP had never been higher. And then, you know what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? Like, it's like taking credit for air existing and shit, you know?
49 and counting of the most senior
We've never had more air than ever.
Iranian regime leaders, including the supreme leader, have already been wiped off the face of the earth. Make no mistake, killing these brutal terrorists is good for America and makes the world a much safer place. I want to also extend our prayers and condolences to the families of the 6 U.S. military service members who have been lost in Operation Epic Fury. These heroes represent the very best among us. They laid down their lives in defense of our country, and we will never forget their legacy or their sacrifice. As the president said, we grieve for these American patriots and their families as we continue the righteous mission for which they gave their lives. President Trump intends...
Yeah, Caroline Levitt. Why don't you worry about yourself, Caroline Levitt? That's what Don wants to know. Caroline Levitt, why don't you worry about yourself?
...to attend the dignified transfer of these American heroes to stand in grief alongside their families. I understand the Department of War is working on scheduling this transfer, and we will provide updates at the appropriate time.
Yeah, this is the no war president. He's now getting the main fighter president on earth. Just switch, just like that.
Finally, the Trump administration is also doing everything within our power to protect Americans in harm's way. Since the launch of Operation Epic Fury, more than 17,500 Americans have safely returned home from the Middle East, with over 8,500 American citizens returning home to the United States just yesterday alone. If you are a U.S. citizen in the Middle East looking to return to the United States,
they can't help you. That's what they announced. They can't help you. They can't help organize it. You need to leave on your own. That's what the embassy message was. Matter of fact, let me review that now. Let's go right over to that. Let's see here. What was the embassy's message to USA citizens near the conflict zone in the Middle East when the war started a few days ago? Let's just make sure we get this right. Yeah. Okay, the message was when the war Operation Epic Fury, let's see here, when it broke out, 2 seconds, there we go. When it broke out, February 28th, the conflict zones immediately expanded from a localized strike to Iran to massive 1,200-mile wide region. Because Iran's retaliation strategy relies on targeting U.S. assets across in neighbors, the war zone essentially covered the entire Persian Gulf Levant, right? Let's see here. That would be, what else is it here? Is it, I know you all can't see all of this, but let me see. The epicenter, right? That's central Iran. The Persian Gulf, high-risk zone for energy. Iran launched missiles, luxury. Okay, so we know that, but let me see. What was the message from the embassy? Okay, so war zones are widespread. U.S. military hubs, country weakness, proxies, domestic chaos. Would you like? Okay. What did the what is it? The State Department tell citizens near the conflict zone regarding protecting themselves and leaving? Let's see here. I want to get the close to the message, the whole message here, because there were plenty of people criticizing them, saying that they had made no preparations in advance for it. They're the ones that called the operation, but apparently they made no preparations for people. Look, this is the order, y'all. This is the order. Depart now. Depart now. That's the warning you got. So any of you all that would just happen to be around there when the shit kicked off, right, had no idea war was about to kick off in Dubai, Had no idea a war was about to kick off in any other area. There's a lot of American citizens over there. What they were told from one day to the next was depart now. Oh my God. Oh my God. Unprecedented look, this was an unprecedented regional directive. Leave. They didn't coordinate anything, man. This is crazy. Look, method: use commercial transportation immediately while it is still available. The State Department warns that the window for standard travel may be narrowing as more airspaces close. Reality check: the U.S. has not organized a mass military evacuation like the 2021 Kabul airlift yet. Officials stated that 17,500 Americans have already left, but thousands remain stranded due to flight cancellations. Yes. Guidance for protecting yourself. If you cannot leave or are waiting for a flight, the U.S. Embassy in Abu Dhabi and Riyadh have issued specific survival instructions. Seek cover. Stay away from the glass. Outdoors. If caught outside, seek hardened structure. Stockpile essentials. That's it. You know what I'm saying? That's what they got. That's the warning they got. And, it is what it is. That's what your tax dollars get you. And don't say you give a fuck about them outside, the American citizens outside, because I live outside too. And, I've never seen a warning issued like this, like just last minute leave at your own risk, run for your life. Never seen any message like that from the embassy. So this is kind of sad, but and if you think this is great and fantastic, then okay, that's okay.
Secretary of State asks that you please register with the State Department. Finally, the Trump administration is also doing everything within our power to protect Americans in harm's way. Since the launch of Operation Epic Fury, more than 17,500 Americans have safely returned home from the Middle East, with over 8,500 American citizens returning home to the United States just yesterday alone. If you are a U.S. citizen in the Middle East looking to return to the United States, the Secretary of State asks that you please register with the State Department at step.state.gov. The State Department will identify where you are and provide travel options directly to you. The administration is already rapidly charging.
How many people in the administration do you think bought oil stock on Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, before the stock market closed on Friday? Because the war started they announced the war on the morning of Saturday after the stock market closed. So let me ask you, anybody in the chat buy any oil stock? Put a 1 in the chat if you had a chance to buy some oil stock before this war kicked off, and put a 2 in the chat if you didn't. I didn't get a chance to. I wish I did. I wasn't expecting that they was going to have a war Saturday morning, top of the morning and shit. If I had known, I would have actually done it. And why would I have done it? Because I know a lot of fucking Americans that vote are hard-headed as fuck. If you try to tell them to do something better, they won't fucking do it. So the only option they leave you to is to do it like the other motherfuckers do it. Invest in war. Because, see, you try to explain things to them and they just don't get it so fast. I mean, look at this one message. I heard somebody saying here, so you hate America. Wow. You couldn't be more, you really lack attention. You haven't seen any of my streams and you're even asking a question like that. Do I hate America? Why don't you watch some of my streams to know something about my views before you judge me so quickly, fellow American? How are things going to be better when you don't even take the time to formulate your thoughts better? And I'm telling you, young people, yo, don't wait for the average American to tell you best. Don't wait for it. I'm going to tell it to you. I'm an American born and raised in Washington, D.C., had a wonderful life there. Both sides of my family go back to the colonial period, but I've traveled as an adult. You see what I mean? I've been lucky enough to travel around the country and to travel outside of the country and learn a few things you don't learn if you don't do it. Period. Full stop. So, I am so blessed that I moved outside of the U.S. as an American citizen. Why? Because everybody else in the West has universal health care. Full stop. Everybody else in the U.S. in the Western world outside of the U.S. has universal education. Full stop. Pretty much. Just stop there. Things that Americans would have if they're not so goddamn bigoted towards each other and hard-headed. Americans in the U.S. don't know when to fucking listen. And here's the proof. They voted the best friend of Jeffrey Epstein to be president over the first woman president. They chose a person who's been accused by so many of raping them as a little kid. That was their moral and ethical standard. So you have no clearer example for why they're bringing up the rear. They're fighting Netanyahu's war right now, and they don't even have fucking healthcare, universal healthcare at home. They're not even that fucking smart. Israel has universal healthcare for its citizens. Anyway.
Chartering flights free of charge and booking commercial options, which we expect to become increasingly available as time goes on and the success of this mission further comes to fruition. I know the President and Secretary of State Rubio have been in touch as well with our allies in the region directly about this problem, making it clear that it is a priority of the United States of America to bring every American home. The Trump administration will not...
Priority? Okay, sure. Bring them home. Why are you bringing them home? To a place that doesn't even have fucking universal? You bringing them home to a place where inflation runs crazy? What are you bringing them home to? To what? What are they going to get? Higher prices? What the fuck?
Rest until every American is home safely and until the terrorist threat from Iran has been completely destroyed. With that, I'll take your questions. Eric, why don't you kick us off today? Thank you for being here.
Thanks so much for having me. It's great to be here. As you mentioned, Iran's regime, its leadership has largely been decimated. Do we have a sense right now of who is at?
If you think Annetta, I'm sorry, Annetta, but you retarded, Annetta. So I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm just going to time you out a little bit until you learn how to come back with your brain on. There's no way in hell Kamala Harris was ever anywhere close to as bad as Trump. You voted for Trump because you support men like Trump. You didn't vote for Kamala Harris because her color, or either she was a woman, or either you thought her, something about some fake ass story you heard on QAnon and shit. That's why you didn't vote for her, because she advocated for your health care. She advocated for your child care. She advocated for women. She advocated for a decent wage. And you voted for the motherfucker who is the most blatant criminal. You voted for a criminal who doesn't even give a shit about you and that. You are dumb. Okay, there is no comparison. Okay, you didn't vote. You voted for Trump because you're a misogynist or you're a woman that likes being told what to do by men. That's why you did it. That's why you did it. And it's the same thing. A lot of people that voted for Trump, they voted for Trump for some of the dumbest fucking reasons on earth. Some of the dumbest goddamn reasons, and you are paying for it right now. This is your evidence. Wake up. Wake up. Nobody else around the earth is going for this bullshit except you. Wake your ass up.
Calling the shots in Iran.
No one on earth wants President Trump as the fucking president of their country. Nobody.
We're also hearing reports that the Supreme Leader's son may be named his successor. Do you have any more information?
Yeah, I definitely ain't vote for goddamn Trump. You gotta thank the Lord I had some sense in my mind. Thank you, Jesus.
About that, I just had a quick follow-up as well.
Sure. We've seen those reports as well, of course, and this is something that our intelligence agencies are closely monitoring and looking at. The truth is, we'll have to wait and see. The president has said repeatedly that the objectives of Operation Epic Fury are the 4 military objectives that I laid out for you previously: to destroy Iran's navy, to destroy their ballistic missile capacity, to ensure their proxies in the region can no longer harm Americans, and to also ensure that they can never obtain a nuclear weapon. As for what comes next for Iran, the president has said, of course, it's a good thing for the United States to want freedom for the Iranian people, and ultimately we hope that freedom rests in their hands.
Caroline, we see the Arab and Muslim nations coming under fire as well. President Trump's vision for the region has been...
Yeah, it's just more of the same. I mean, she doesn't care about democracy in the U.S., that's for damn sure. And, so why would you care about democracy somewhere else? I mean, You know, speaking of that, I had some dumbass come in the chat the other day and was like, the United States isn't a democracy, it's a republic. I mean, this is where we at right now. This is where things are. But in any case, this is the American taxpayer money in the billions and in blood is being used to improve the living standard of the people of the Middle East. There you have it.
Muslim nations to the table together, Abraham Accords, obviously with Israel. If this regime topples, could we see a new day in the region and really a new Middle East come out of this when the dust settles?
Well, though the greatest deterrent to true and long-lasting peace in the Middle East has always been the rogue Iranian terrorist regime. And our Arab and Gulf partners in the nation admit that, as well as, of course, our close friend and ally Israel.
Somebody said in the chat, I'm black. I voted for Trump. Oh, yeah, where's your proof? Where's your proof that you black? What is proof? I mean, how does anybody know that? And what difference does it make? I mean, so you're black. Does that mean you can't be stupid as fuck? Does that mean you can't be a misogynist? Does that mean you can't be ignorant? You know, being black doesn't make you perfect. Okay. Listen, you voted for someone that fucking hates you. That makes you dumb. Okay. Do you understand that? Just like the Hispanic people that voted for Trump and are getting kicked out of the country, they did it because they're fucking stupid. Okay. Just like Palestinian people that voted for Trump, they missed something about Trump. Trump fucking hates them. Why would you vote for someone who fucking hates you? Kamala Harris doesn't fucking hate them or you, you know, and it is the thing about it. I mean, it's just simple. It's all across the country, man. I mean, it's all across the country. If you voted for Trump, you're dumb. You're dumb. Just wake up. You made a mistake. And you would be smart to wake up like Marjorie Taylor Greene, whatever her name is, and plenty of other Republicans that voted for Trump are waking up. There's nothing wrong with waking up. Wake the fuck up. You made a mistake. You need to get to figure out why you made the mistake and stop living in the fantasy world, because the mistake is not going to be Kamala Harris. She didn't make you do that. It's something you like about the way Trump talks. You like a misogynistic motherfucker. You like a racist bigot, because that's exactly how he got people to vote. Even these Hispanics that voted for Trump, they wanted to feel like, I'm the good Hispanic. He's not talking about me. I did everything right. No, you got to go too. That's what Trump did. You know, these people, they're stupid. They're stupid. Trump is the KKK. And the KKK women, they need to be making babies and stay in the fucking kitchen. That's what it's just like a terrorist organization. Okay. Everybody else, black, gay, Asian, Hispanic, all of that shit, you don't count. And then on top of it, the regular white folk, the middle class and the poor, they're not going to do shit for. Why? Because in truth, Trump doesn't give a fuck about anybody except himself. It's only elitists at the top, and poor white people and middle class white people are not invited to that party. Period. If you voted for Trump and you are middle class or poor, you are stupid. You made a mistake. That's just what it is. You don't like it? Oh, well.
We have seen all of the Arab partners in the region come together during this time on the phone with President Trump, many of them commending him for this bold and brave action to protect American troops and our bases in the region that are housed in many of these Arab and Gulf states.
He wrote, I'm a melanated being. Yeah, who don't got melanin? Come on, man. Get out of here. It doesn't matter if you're melanated. If you are melanated, if you breathe air and you voted for Trump and you're not rich, you are dumb. That's what it is.
And I know that many of these regional partners are contributing their air defense capabilities as well. Jordan, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, the UAE, Qatar, Kuwait.
If you're watching on the TV, please pick up your remote and click the like button. I'm responding to what's in the chat. I'm sorry. Everybody click the like button, please.
And the president continues to be engaged with all of them. Welcome.
Axios, I think, was the first to report this morning this phone call between the president and Prime Minister Netanyahu, saying that Netanyahu had given the U.S. this information about where the Ayatollah would be and then he'd be with his deputies on Saturday. How...
Hey, look, somebody wrote, she's awesome. Well, she's living better than you off of your tax dollars. That's for sure. At least she's smart enough to rip your dumb ass off, Mark.
Important was that information.
Are you smart enough to rip her off? No, you're dumb enough to pay her bills.
In the president making the decision to strike where and when he did?
I think it was important with respect to the timeline. But
Exactly. Thank you. Thank you. Keep pledging allegiance to your daddy. Yeah, exactly. Flip.
I think the president, prior to that phone call, had a good feeling
out.
that the Iranian regime was going to strike United States assets and our personnel in the region. And the president was faced in
Now, these are the questions. So let's listen to her lie carefully now. Because everybody's been asked this. Trump has been asked this. Mark Rubio's been asked this twice. He fumbled the ball. And now this is her time to get asked the same question. Let's see what lie she tells.
How important was that?
Is it a lie A or is it lie B?
Information in the president making the decision to strike where and when he did?
I think it was important with respect to the timeline. But I think the president, prior to that phone call, had a good feeling that the Iranian regime was going to strike United States assets and our personnel in the region. And the president was faced with a choice. Does the United States of America use our military and our capabilities to strike first?
All right, let's go back.
Information call.
Kuwait, and the president continues to be engaged with all of them. Welcome. Garrett.
Also have two, if you'll humor me. Axios, I think, was the first to report this morning this phone call between the president and Prime Minister Netanyahu, saying that Netanyahu had given the U.S. this information about where the Ayatollah would be and then he'd be with his deputies on Saturday.
Whoa. Okay, let's hear this. Who knows if this is true? Because they spread intelligence agencies spread disinformation openly. So you don't know if it's true, even if it comes from Netanyahu, if it's in the public sphere. But let's listen.
This morning, this phone call between the president and Prime Minister Netanyahu, saying that Netanyahu had given the U.S. this information about where the Ayatollah would be and then he'd be with his deputies on Saturday. How important was that information in the president making the decision to strike where and when he did?
This is an important question right here.
I think it was important with respect to the timeline, but I think the president, prior to that.
So she's trying to downplay. Now, you see, so now they're so they want to have it both ways, and this is the same game that Marco Rubio did. It's both ways. So they don't want to let you know whose idea it was. In other words, it wasn't Israel's idea because everybody believes is Netanyahu dog walking Trump again, because obviously who lives in the region? Put a 1 in the chat if you live in the region of Israel or Iran or anywhere in between. Put a 1 in the chat if you live there. Put a 2 in the chat if you don't live anywhere near that region. I don't live anywhere near that region. So what the necessity is of it, the necessity of trying to, figure out what's going on there and why, and to put all my ships over there and to have my military dying, and to what is the necessity of it? I mean, I don't live there. That's all I got to say. I don't live there. You try to come here, there'll be a problem. Okay. I live in Denmark. I'm going to stand up with the Danes and fight now and everybody else. But I don't live there. You see what I'm saying? So let's listen to this question again when she talks about this, because they're leaving out the fact that somebody does live there. Israel lives there. Caroline Leavitt doesn't, and Trump doesn't either. That gives Trump at least a half an hour more time to figure out what he's going to do to react than it does Netanyahu. So I can understand Israel making a claim that it's urgent. That's fine. But what was the urgency of Trump?
UAE, Qatar, Kuwait, and the president continues to be engaged with all of them. Welcome. Garrett.
Also have two, if you'll humor me. Axios, I think, was the first to report this morning this phone call between the president and Prime Minister Netanyahu, saying that Netanyahu had given the U.S. this information about where the Ayatollah would be and then he'd be with his deputies on Saturday. How important was that information in the president making the decision to strike where and when he did?
I think it was important with respect to the timeline, but I think the president, prior to that phone call, had a good feeling that the Iranian regime was going to strike United States assets and our personnel in the region. And the president was faced with a choice. Does the United States of America use our military and our capabilities to strike first, to take out this threat that has been threatening our country?
Okay. So,
and our people.
So theoretically, she's saying that theoretically they have no evidence. They're not offering any evidence to the American people, to the Congress, to the Senate, or the American people. Right. So it's a theory, right? that they were going to attack, that the Iranians were going to attack. All right. And that's about it. That's about it. There's nothing else to it. It's just a theory. That's what she's saying right here.
United States assets and our personnel in the region. And the president was faced with a choice.
That information about where the Ayatollah would be and that he'd be with his deputies on Saturday. How important was that information in the president making the decision to strike where and when he did?
I think it was important with respect to the timeline, but I think the president, prior to that phone call, had a good feeling that the Iranian regime was going to strike United States assets and our personnel in the region.
They had a good feeling, but there's no evidence. They're not going to tell you. It's like the cake from Iraq. Remember that time they had yellow cake, right? It's a theory, no evidence. So sounds like another scam. Same scam.
With a choice. Does the United States of America use our military and our capabilities to strike first, to take out this threat that has been threatening our country and our people for 47 years? Or is he going to, as commander-in-chief, sit back and watch as the rogue Iranian regime attacks our people in the region? That's obviously an unacceptable decision. For the second choice there is...
but we brought ourselves to that region. We brought ourselves there, and yeah. And again, it's not the United States, but don't get me wrong. Sure, we have businesses there. We have American citizens there and things like that. But again, this is just a theory. They had not attacked anyone. It's nothing. It wasn't a preemptive attack. They weren't expecting any type of attack. They weren't expecting anything different from any other day.
Unacceptable to the president, which is why he made this decision. As for where the Ayatollah was going to be, that obviously had an impact on the timeline of the operation, but not quite the president's decision in its entirety.
And then on the way the public is viewing this, we were sitting here last week. I asked you if the president was going to make this a big part of the State of the Union, if he felt like he had to sell the possibility that he'd do strikes like this. We're now 5 days on. He hasn't done kind of the traditional speech to the nation part of it. Does the president believe the country supports the actions that he's taken so far in Iran?
I think he does, and I think the
people don't. The majority of American people don't. They're tired of this shit. This is not what Trump ran on. He ran on the opposite. Trump is not doing anywhere close to what he said. The only thing he's done, and you still don't have comprehensive data on it, is immigrants. You don't have illegal immigrants. You have no comprehensive data on illegal immigrants. You don't know the state of it. All you know is that ICE has been sent out into the street. They're not offering much more than that, right? You will find out later how well that went. You will find out later if Trump has expelled more illegal immigrants than Biden. You will find out later if Trump has expelled more illegal immigrants than Obama. You know what I'm saying? Or his first term. You will find that out later, right? But outside of that, he's done nothing else. There's nothing else. Cost of living went up. It didn't go down. He blamed Biden for it going up. He's still blaming Biden for it going up. Hadn't done nothing about it. You see, every problem you have right now, although it's the second year of Trump's term, it's still caused by Kamala Harris and Obama and Biden, according to President Trump and according to this lady right here.
The president knows the country is smart enough to read past many of the fake news headlines produced by people in this room that this action was unjustifiable. Again, this is a rogue terrorist regime that has been threatening the United States, our allies, and our people for 47 years. And the American people are smart enough to know that. And they've also been smart enough to listen to the president himself, not just over the past year in this second term, but during his first term as
Exactly. Just see, she got to skip over listen, the same people she's talking to, MAGA didn't support the United States being involved with Ukraine. They didn't involve. All these people were getting killed. There were American businesses in Ukraine. There were American citizens in Ukraine. See, all this shit in the chat, if you're from a place but your family's getting killed somewhere else, and it's none of your business, huh? Yeah. Whatever happened with that with Ukraine? Exactly. So we can't have it both ways. But the point is that Trump, he ran an election on not doing what Biden did. He ran an election on not being involved in foreign wars. He ran an election on doing the exact opposite, and he's not doing it. That's the fucking point. That's the point. So if you're happy with that, then hey, you shouldn't be unhappy with anybody else if you're happy with Trump not doing what he said he was going to do.
President, and also for the past 40 years of his life, this is a president who has been remarkably consistent on this issue, that Iran can never obtain a nuclear weapon. And the president tried peace through diplomacy exhaustively and extensively. He and his team gave it their best go, and the president ultimately came to the determination of that peace was not a pursuable path. The Iranian regime, they want death, they want destruction, they want to kill Americans, and that's unacceptable to this president. It's intolerable to him as commander-in-chief.
Yo, I see. Hold on. New York says, Flipping Out said, I lived in Bed-Stuy. Oh, okay, you lived in Do-or-Die Bed-Stuy, New York for most of my life, and I know, I know one thing: Trump didn't do a damn thing for New York. Yo, and big up to Mom Donnie also. You know, he got, apparently it looks like rent control is going to happen. So rent control will be happening in New York, and it won't be happening in any other of these places these dumbasses who support Trump live in while the prices go up. You see what I'm saying? Child care is going to happen in New York City finally. You see what I'm saying? And the rest of these people in the country that support Trump, they ain't going to get it. They don't even care about it. It's not even something they want. They're not even asking their state representatives for it, let alone the federal government. And they pay taxes to both. So people that pay taxes for shit that doesn't bring anything to the value of their life, they are essentially stupid people. The whole point of paying taxes is to improve your very life and your very community. Period. That's the point. But they over in there about to fight a new war. So MAGA Trump supporters don't need anything in their communities. They what they need to do is get out here and fight this war. That's what they want. That's what they want.
Thank you, Caroline. Obviously seen the update from the State Department on the 17,500 Americans that have already come back, including some 8,000 just yesterday. There are still...
Appreciate you, Johnny. Appreciate that.
6,000 that are looking to get out, as I understand it. And just in the context of what you just told Garrett about the president's decision on a timeline, if he had decided to do this strike before receiving, the specific intelligence about the meeting on Saturday, should there have been...
See the questions? When they make one lie, another intelligent question pop up. Listen to this. If he knew about this already, why did he go to Congress? He had plenty of time. That's the obvious question. You see, so one lie begat another lie begat another lie. Peep this.
Come back, including some
destruction. They want to kill Americans, and that's unacceptable to this president. It's intolerable to him as commander-in-chief. Jackie.
Thank you, Caroline. Obviously seen the update from the State Department on the 17,500 Americans that have already come back, including some 8,000 just yesterday. There are still 6,000 that are looking to get out, as I understand it. And just in the context of what you just told Garrett about the president's decision on a timeline, if he had decided to do this strike before receiving, the specific intelligence about the meeting on Saturday, should there have been more done in advance of the strikes to try to get those Americans in the region resources and information to get home before day 3 of the war?
There was many signs put out by the State Department, and I wish that everyone in this room would report on them. The Secretary of State issued level 4 travel advisories dating back to January for many of these countries in the region. On January 14th, the U.S. mission to Saudi Arabia advised
this is bullshit. This is bullshit. Look, even so, the bottom line is that they could have signaled. And check this out. Not only that, it's not could you warn people. Look, the obvious question is Trump. It's obvious Trump and Netanyahu wanted to do this. It's obvious they had this as a plan. It is totally obvious that they wanted to do this. What they did wrong was they did not report to Congress. That is the violation right there. They work for the American people. Period. Trump works for the American people. Netanyahu doesn't. Nobody should give a fuck what he does. That was Trump's dumbass decision to even involve himself with Netanyahu. But Trump does. American citizens and taxpayers need to demand that their president works for their country. Right? So he was supposed to go to Congress, That's what Congress is for. And he didn't do it. And he had all the time to do it. That is the problem. Warning people to get out once you know you have a plan to attack. That's another question. But they knew this. They were going to do this the whole time, and they just didn't do anything properly. So, you know.
Personnel and Americans to exercise increased caution and limit.
Yeah, impeach the orange. Yes, exactly.
Non-essential
impeach Taco Man.
Travel to any military installations. On February 11th, the U.S. Department of State Consular Affairs shared a list of countries with level 4 do not travel advice.
The UK, France, and Italy got their people out. Listen, this is what the U.S. This is what the U.S. told them, yo. This is what the U.S. told them on the day. This is what they told them. This is crazy. This is crazy. Look at this. Look at this shit. The conflict Operation Epic Fury. Oh, you can't see this. Epic Fury enters the 5th day, March 4th, 2026. The State Department has shifted from caution to an urgent departure now directive for American citizens, right? On March 2nd, Secretary of State. So March 2nd, we're in the 4th now, you see? So March 2nd, Marco Rubio and Assistant Secretary Maura Namdar issued an unprecedented regional directive. Unprecedented. That means the way that he did it, the way this administration gave these warnings to the American people in that region, in harm's way, was unprecedented. Not normal. Okay. Yeah, that's PBS, by the way. Let me see here. Oh, no, that's Axios right there, that part. Okay, so target countries. The order applies to 15 nations, right? Iran, Iraq, Israel, West Bank, Gaza, Saudi Arabia, UAE, Qatar, Bahrain, Kuwait, Oman, Jordan, Egypt, Lebanon, Syria, and Yemen. The method, use commercial. This is what they told them to do. Get out now. Use commercial transportation immediately while still available. He told them this. Look, the State Department warns that the window for standard travel may be narrowing as airspaces close. Time.com. Reality check. The U.S. has not organized the mass military evacuation. They didn't organize one like 2021. The cabal, the one that they criticized so much, they didn't even organize an evacuation, right? But they knew they were going to war against Iran. So on one hand, they know they're going to war against the most, in their eyes, most bloodthirsty people that hate and want to kill Americans and have Americans' hands, blood on their hands. But they didn't warn the Americans. Okay. Thank you. How much better are you then? You know? Yeah. Officials stated that 17,500 Americans have already left, but thousands remain stranded due to flight cancellations. They just let it happen. It appears. Guidance for protecting yourself. This is what they got. This is the guidance. You cannot leave. If you cannot leave or waiting for a flight, the U.S. embassies in Abu Dhabi and Riyadh have issued specific survival instructions. Seek cover. Stay away from the glass. If you're outside, seek a hardened structure. Stockpile essentials. That's what they got. That's what they got. Yeah, there you go. Non-emergency staff and families have not been ordered to leave. Man, look at this. U.S. Embassy in Kuwait and Embassy in Saudi Arabia have closed to the public. In Israel, the Embassy in Jerusalem stated it is not in a position to evacuate citizens and told them to make their own plans. This is how much Caroline Leavitt and Donald Trump love American citizens. And if you're okay with this, this is what you deserve. You deserve no better yourself if you are okay with this. I'm not okay with this. I think this is bullshit.
advisories. You can't be much more clear than that. Do not travel to these following countries. On February 23rd, the U.S. Embassy in Lebanon ordered non-emergency government personnel and family members to leave Lebanon due to safety risks, and we helped them do that. On March 2nd, the State Department urged U.S. citizens to depart Lebanon immediately. With respect to Iran, on February 27th, the Secretary designated Iran as a state of sponsor of wrongful detention and stated no Americans should travel to Iran for any reason. And again, on February 27th, the U.S. ambassador to Israel warned Americans to leave Iran, and they provided travel advisory alerts through the U.S. Embassy in Jerusalem. So these.
Ooh, Tim Hayburn, look at you, man. You 1 year old. How many accounts you got, man? How many accounts you got there?
State Department was all hands on deck on advising extreme caution and do not travel alerts to Americans in the region. With respect to the Americans who are still in the region now, again, the State Department is asking that they register at the website so they can directly identify you, and we are actively and rapidly working to charter flights. There is some commercial flights that are taking off intermittently from these countries, and we plan to get Americans on
Purple. What's up, Purple Groovy?
board as quickly as possible, again, free of charge to them. And we have some additional measures that I think will be announced in the coming days. Again, I can also reiterate from the president's perspective, this is something he's brought up directly with our allies and partners in the region, that we expect their help in getting Americans home. And we will do that, and we will not rest until every single American is returned home safely.
Thank you. And then one follow-up just on how people might be experiencing this at home.
Damn, I mean, everybody got troll accounts up in here, man. None of you guys have an account over a year old. What's going on? What's going on? People not going to believe you. Come on.
Respect to.
Yeah, that's interesting. But listen, actually, they did the data. Mondami is the most. Mondami is the most liked mayor in a lifetime in New York City. Yes, and let me just pull that up real quick. I will just pull that up for you so you can see the source yourself. And of course, you believe in conspiracies anyway, so you won't believe this one, obviously, but you know, it will be a conspiracy too, right? This data, but let me show it to you. Yeah, it is definitely true. Mondami is the most liked mayor in the country. Oh, well, in New York City, in the history, you know, in this lifetime, you could say. People that are my age, they haven't liked a mayor more than him, and he's just getting started. So I hope it lasts. But why is this too slow? What's up with this? Here, let me pull up the data though. Let me see here. Yeah, just for people, because I don't want you to believe a troll. I want a person that's got an account for 1 year. I want you to actually, you know, hear what the data is on this. Now, let me see here. It says, boop, boop, boom. Where is it at? Is it not here? Hold on. Let me see something. Is that it? 2 seconds. Do me a favor. Click the like button. Give me a second. 1 second. Mom Donnie. Yeah, there's new data that just came out yesterday on Mom Donnie. Here it is. Okay, this is 5 days ago. So here, check this out. Just for folks that don't know this, all right? And then
Mom Donnie's latest.
And then we will get back to Caroline Levitt. Here we
Visit
go.
to the White House yesterday. He not only pitched a massive federal housing plan for the city, but he came with props, playing directly into.
Hold on. Let me see something. Is this not the right one? Yeah, they said 5 days ago. Breaks the Mom Donnie surge and Schumer other Dems. Okay, is this what he's saying? Let me get right to the data. Here we go.
It's gracious. He likes popular politicians. Here's a popular politician for you. Take a look here. Mamdani's net favorable rating in New York City in September of 2025, plus 14 points. December of 2025, plus 38. Now look at this, plus 48 points, a more popular mayor to start off than either of his two Democratic predecessors, either Eric Adams or Bill de Blasio, the most popular Democrat in New York City in a generation. And President Trump, who likes to get on board with popular politicians, is getting on board right now with this guy.
So don't let anybody fool you. He is the most popular, according to the surveys, in a generation in New York, and I can see why, because New Yorkers feel that child care and rent control is very important. That's what they believe. That's what that's what New Yorkers want. And that is what Mamdani talked about. Even though he is a professed Muslim, he talked more about education, housing, and health care. So that is what people wanted to hear. You see what I'm saying? And all right. Well, in any case, there you have it. Now let's go on. Let's go on now. Yeah. And by the way, that's what you should want. You should want childcare. Now, let me ask you this: is childcare? Oh, no. Forget childcare. Is cost of living, how high is it important to get the cost of living in the U.S. down to an affordable rate? Right, because people say it's not affordable now. Right? Is that important? And let me ask. Well, let me just stop there. Is child care important to New York City residents? Put a 1 in the chat if child care is important to you. Put a 2 in the chat if you don't care about child care prices at all in the United States of America. I just want to see where people are at, because you can qualify a lot of their statements by knowing what else they think. To me, child care seems like a normal thing in a civilized society, right? But to some people, they ain't for it. So I put a 1 in the chat. You could put a 2 if you're not for it. Go right ahead. No problem. Let everybody see what your comments are about too. How antisocial you are, and anti-community you are, like straight up. We all in this together. We should learn how to help each other, like straight up. And our taxes are supposed to help each other. Supposed to help our communities. That's what they're for. So if people got issues and it's a systemic issue, that's where the government can intercede, and they can use our tax dollars to help solve some of these issues.
Reiterate from the president's perspective, this is something.
Now back to the liar.
He's brought up directly with our allies and partners in the region, that we expect their help in getting Americans home, and we will do that, and we will not rest until every single American is returned home safely.
Thank you. And then one follow-up just on how people might be experiencing this at home. With respect to the economy and the cost of oil spiking, is there a need?
Oh, guess what? Hold on. Look, somebody said that was a stupid question. Don't ever ask about childcare again. That's a stupid question. Oh, really? Is that a stupid question? All right, no problem, man. No problem. Bye. See you later.
To start those Navy escorts.
I don't want to torture you with my stupid questions.
In the Strait of Hormuz now to sort of blunt the impact to people. And
bye, Felicia.
Also, because Spain is a member of the EU, does that at all put a wrinkle in the president's plan for a trade embargo with them?
With respect to Spain, I think they heard the president's message yesterday loud and clear. And it's my understanding over the past several hours, they've
Dag God Universal. I see you, man. I see your comment.
Agreed to cooperate with the U.S. military. And so I know that the U.S. military is coordinating with their counterparts in Spain. But the president expects all of our European allies, of course, to cooperate in this long sought after mission, not just for the United States, but also for Europe, to crush the rogue Iranian regime that, again, not only threatens America, but also threatens our European allies as well. With respect to oil prices and the economy here at home, of course, this is something that Secretary Bessent, Secretary Wright, the National Economic Council of...
Hey, Paul says, Paul Sauce says, bye, Felicia. Oh, my bad. Bye, Crockett. Yeah, but listen, check this out. Paul, Crockett did something that you weren't able to do, right? Yourself. She tried to run for Senate to be the first woman elected senator of Texas. That's never happened in the history of Texas. Texas has never elected a woman to be a senator in the history of the whole state. So while you're like, bye, Felicia, just think about that. I mean, do you have any daughters? Do you have any sisters? Do you have, any women around you, or wife? You see what I'm saying? I mean, you know, you might want to, you might hope for their behalf that they get to see a female senator one day in their life in the history of the country. You see what I mean? So while you like, bye, Felicia, you should have been honored that she ran. You should have been honored that she came so close, because she probably came closer than any other woman in the history of the country. Yeah, exactly. So you're right. Bye. You won't see it, though.
Energy that is led by Secretary Burgum, has been long working on and well in advance. Yesterday, President Trump announced the U.S. Development Finance Corporation will provide political risk insurance at a very reasonable price for crude carriers and cargo ships operating in and around the Gulf. And as you pointed out, Jackie, the president said if necessary and when appropriate, the U.S. Navy will begin escorting tankers through the Strait of Hormuz. I think it speaks to why this action was so...
Paul, the guy who called Jasmine Crockett a cockroach, he's on YouTube with an account that's what, 3 years old, 4 years old. Okay, I got you, Bubba. I got you. No problem. You can't see his comment. It got blocked, but no problem. There you go.
Necessary that ultimately the energy industry is going to benefit from the president's actions with respect to Iran, because Iran will no longer be controlling the Strait of Hormuz and restricting the free flow of energy, which, as you all know, controls 20%.
Somebody else said maybe if she conducted herself as a woman, she would have got further. So no woman has ever conducted themselves as a woman in Texas, apparently, because no woman has ever served as senator in Texas in the history of the state. I got you. I mean, how about you just look in the mirror and say something's wrong with you? You have a president who's the best friend of the most prolific pedophile and prolific blackmailer, sex trafficker in the history of the country. That's who your president is. He's that person's best friend. Why don't you start off there and look in the mirror and ask yourself, how did you end up in that situation? Something is terribly wrong with many Americans' judgment of others. Yes, you wouldn't dare call Donald Trump a cockroach, but you would call Jasmine Crockett one. Like, you got your priorities are all fucked up, because Jasmine Crockett didn't rape any little kids, right? She didn't sex traffic any little kids in the United States of America, right? Her best friend didn't rape any kids. Her best friend didn't sex traffic any. You know what I'm saying? So your priorities are fucked up.
% of the world's global oil supply. Sure.
Thanks, Caroline. The president said yesterday there wasn't time to make evacuation plans because this all happened so quickly.
You hear this? There wasn't time. Every statement they make is back and forth. Every statement they make contradicts it. So he says now there wasn't time. There wasn't time. That's just what Trump said. There wasn't time to make evacuation. Right. There wasn't time. Okay, that's what they say now. There wasn't time.
And restricting the free flow of energy, which, as you all know, controls 20%.
This is your president. This is your president.
The president said yesterday.
Yeah. She ain't going nowhere. Crockett ain't going nowhere. She should be proud of herself. These people out here that hate on her, man, just remember, those are the very same people that voted for Donald J. Trump, who has how many people calling him a pedophile? How many? He's a 34-time felon and shit. You know what I mean? His skin is falling off of his fucking neck in public, and his kids don't have the nerve to put his ass into an elderly home so he can take a bath.
There wasn't time to make evacuation plans because this all happened so quickly. Given how critical the president has been of the chaotic evacuation from...
And this is what he thinks of you. It was no time to do an evacuation.
Afghanistan by the last administration 5 years ago. Why wasn't there more of a focus on evacuation plans from the Middle East that could have been at least put in place, ready to go before the strikes this weekend?
Again, I just laid out for you that there have been plans in place and that the State Department has been very clear to the American people traveling within this region not to travel to these regions. We gave notices to leave immediately the countries where these Americans were within. And unlike the previous event.
Somebody said in the chat, quick question, who ratted out Jeffrey Epstein? Oh, you never heard of any of the survivors? They've been banging on the Capitol door asking Trump, why isn't he releasing the Epstein files? You didn't know that they actually snitched on Jeffrey Epstein? You didn't know this, that they were getting death threats from people, from Jeffrey Epstein and his friends? You didn't know that? You haven't read anything in the Epstein files about people accusing Trump of sexual assault and also them getting death threats? You haven't read anything about that? Where you been? Where you been?
Administration, we actually have a number. We actually have identified.
Crockett might be a joke to you, but Crockett's best friend wasn't Jeffrey Epstein.
The number of people in the region who have requested help. We are in direct contact and engagement with them. And you have to keep in mind, there's a few thousand people who have requested assistance to come home in comparison to the millions who we understand are in the region. So we will help every single American who wants to come home if they're making that request of the State Department.
Americans who called the State Department hotline as recently as last night.
You know, somebody keep asking, are you making an accusation against Trump? You haven't heard anyone make an accusation against Trump? Put a 1 in the chat if you've heard people make accusations, claim publicly and in the FBI files that Trump assaulted somebody, assaulted kids. Put a 1 in the chat if you heard about Trump assaulting kids. Put a 2 in the chat if you never heard about it. I heard about it. I don't know why you didn't hear about it. Where the hell you been? They've been talking about it in the news for all week. President Trump has had credible claims made at him about sexual assault of minors. Okay? You know, you didn't know that? You didn't know yet? Like, goddamn, what's going on with people, man? You know, I know what it is. It's just trolls. But it's okay to entertain the trolls, but let's keep it real. When Marjorie Taylor Greene or Marjorie Greene Taylor, whichever one, comes out against Trump and you still have some MAGA people capping for Trump, that means you're dealing with the bottom of the barrel at that point. The ones that had half a brain left. The ones that have no brain at all, they sticking with Trump. That's what they're doing right now. So let's continue with the rest of the shenanigans here. Right. Kristi Noem, her ass is up. And don't get me wrong. I think it's great to see women out there in the public filling public positions. After all, they hated Biden for doing that, though. Biden had more women in his cabinet, I think, than in any other cabinet in the history of the country. But they hated Biden for that. They called him too woke. They hated wokeness. They did so much that they just went out there and ripped down women's pictures, fired women, you know what I mean, in the federal government, just because they hated that. And now they appoint women, except the women they appoint are total idiots or Nazis or both, you know, like straight up. I mean, Kristi Noem is a dumb fuck. Look, I would do a better job, 1,000 times better job than Kristi Noem, even if I didn't wake up one fucking day. You know what I'm saying?
Welcome, Secretary. No, we're glad to meet you, even though it's been 13 months since you took office and more than 5 weeks.
She is fucking dumb. Dumb, doorknob dumb.
Since 2 American citizens were shot dead in Minneapolis. Renee Good was a 37-year-old poet, about 20 years younger than you are now, and like you, both a devout Christian and the mother of 3.
Okay, this is like 5 hours ago, y'all. This is 5 hours ago.
Home from school drop-off.
Kristi Noem is having to come in and talk to the people that run the country, the people that can impeach her if they wanted to, but just don't have enough votes yet because Republicans are okay with Kristi Noem. They okay with Trump. They
off when she encountered an ICE operation and one of your agents shot her dead. Shot her 3 times. She bled out in the driver's seat of her car after your agents refused to let a doctor or EMTs approach her. You expressed no sympathy for her family and no regret for her killing by an ICE agent. You ran a smear campaign against Renee Good. You called her a domestic terrorist. Alex Preddy was also 37 and, like you, a federal worker. He was an ICU nurse at a VA hospital, outstanding in his job, providing comfort to many of our vets in their final hours. He was standing on a street corner filming your agents as they roughed up peaceful protesters. Americans have a First Amendment right to record government agents in public places, as 8 different federal circuit courts have unanimously found. But your agents pepper sprayed Alex Preddy for helping a woman that they had pushed to the ground. Then they threw him to the ground. They beat him up. They stripped him of a lawful firearm he had never touched. And then, after confiscating it, They shot him dead with 10 bullets. Before his body was even cold, you launched a smear campaign against him, using the same language, asserting without evidence that Alex Preddy had committed a, quote, act of domestic terrorism and intended to kill law enforcement. This disturbing video tells the true facts you tried to cover up with propaganda, and we can play it only because other brave Americans used their phones to capture the actual reality of this horror.
Deadly ICE-involved shooting out of Minneapolis. The Minneapolis police chief says a woman was killed after being shot in the head by an ICE agent.
Renee Nicole Good was a 37-year-old U.S. citizen and mother of 3 who moved to Minnesota just last year.
It was an act of domestic terrorism.
Breaking news in Minneapolis and another deadly shooting involving a federal officer in that.
All right, so listen, somebody in the chat just said Alex Preddy was not employed. Listen, sir, you should take your comment back, okay? Because he is employed, and you should correct yourself. All right, it's not necessary to lie. See, if you just had a difference of opinion that was based on truth, that would be okay, right? It can be debatable. You know, we could have a fair conversation. But Alex was employed at the time of his death. Okay, so do you need sources for that? He worked as an ICU nurse, right? Here it is. You can go and get his whole thing. He was a registered nurse working in the intensive care unit, ICU, at the United States Department of Veteran Affairs at the time of his death. Okay? He was working at the time of his death. Did you get that? Did you understand that? Okay, so it's not lies. You're crazy. You're gonna have to go. See you later. It's okay to disagree, but we can any information that anybody wants to question, we can check it out. But you need to be fair, and you need to understand being partisan. It doesn't mean that you're going to be able to lie and get away with it. So be partisan, but be truthful. All right.
This video shows the incident from this morning with officers surrounding a man before taking him down and shooting him during a struggle. Officials later said the man had died. Minneapolis city officials said the man is a 37-year-old white male, a resident of Minneapolis. They also say he is believed to be an American citizen and that he was a lawful gun owner with a permit to carry.
This individual who came with weapons and ammunition to stop a law enforcement operation of federal law enforcement officers committed an act of domestic terrorism. That's the facts.
Yeah, it's in black and white. The man, I mean, you know, some people just get on the net to lie about other people who, by the way, I mean, whether you like Alex Preddy or agree with him or not doesn't mean you should lie. It only makes you look not credible yourself. That's the ultimate thing. And, you know, so, yeah, it's just that simple. Jasmine Crockett didn't win the election today. That's the truth. I don't have to like it for it to be the truth, but I can still say the truth, even though I don't like it. You don't like Alex Preddy, the fact that he handled things the way he thought as an American citizen, he had the right to handle them. You don't have to like that, but you don't have to lie on the man. That's a step further. That shows you don't have any ethics or morals, like straight up.
Madam Secretary, you've provided no evidence to back up your defamatory lie against either of these American citizens. There have been 3 homicides in Minneapolis in 2026. Your agents committed 2 of them. Rather than work with state and local authorities to solve these homicides, you barred Minnesota's investigators from the crime scenes. You're denying them access to all the evidence that you have about the deaths of their citizens. It smells like a cover-up, and it makes me wonder who the real domestic terrorists are. But you didn't just lie about Renee Good and Alex Preddy. In dozens of cases, federal judges have found that your officials lied to them in court. A Reagan-appointed judge rejected the testimony of your acting ICE director as, quote, disingenuous, squalid, and dishonorable. Another judge called the affidavit of a top ICE official, quote, the sorriest statement I've ever seen, adding she was shocked when she saw it, and that if you were asking to get a warrant issued on this, I'd throw you out of my chambers. Here are a few more examples of the many scores we found in the case books. Yesterday, you insisted under oath to the Senate that you follow court orders, but that's not true either. Just last month, your lawyers were forced to admit that you had violated immigration court orders more than 50 times in 10 weeks. And that was just in New Jersey, one of 94 judicial districts in America. In Minnesota, Judge Patrick Schultz, a George W. Bush appointee, concluded, quote, that ICE has likely violated more court orders in January of 2026 than some federal agencies have violated in their entire existence. And while you make a daily mockery of our courts and our Constitution, you're treating the billions of dollars our colleagues showered on your department like a personal slush fund. You budgeted an astonishing $220 million for media consultant contracts so you can star in self-promoting photo shoots and lavish ad campaigns like this one.
Yo, they're talking about taxpayer money she used to promote herself. This is unheard of. This is unheard of. And why would any citizen of any country reward this behavior? It doesn't even matter if you like her policy. Why would you reward this behavior? She spent millions of dollars of taxpayer money promoting herself. That is crazy. That is crazy.
In our Constitution, you're treating the billions of dollars our colleagues showered on your department like a personal slush fund. You budgeted an astonishing $220 million for media consultant contracts so you can star in
Against facts. She is not good for America.
Promoting photo shoots and lavish ad campaigns like this one of you riding horseback at Mount Rushmore, which was shot during last year's government shutdown. You're living rent-free in the official waterfront residence reserved for the commandant of the U.S. Coast Guard. You spent $172 million to buy not one, but 2 luxury jets for your travel, and now you're using taxpayer funds to lease a 3rd jet, a $70 million luxury 737 MAX with a queen-size bedroom in the back, a deluxe serving bar, and 4 flat-screen TVs. A big, beautiful jet paid for by the big, beautiful bill. Yesterday, under questioning the Senate, you said you plan to refurbish this jet to make it into this kind of airplane, which is what's actually being used for deportations in order to save the taxpayers' money. In other words, you're saying that's actually a deportation plane, but wouldn't it have been cheaper just to buy a deportation plane in the first place? It's like buying a Rolls Royce to turn into a Metro bus. I was almost prepared to buy that story of how the...
Yo, do you see what he's talking about? Let me bring it back. Look, she's got luxury deportation fucking planes. Look at this shit. What is this? A luxury deportation. What does she need with a luxury fucking plane? What citizen wants any representative to do this? From what country? What country would it be? To put a country that you think you would like to have Kristi Noem work in. Just tell me what country? What the fuck? Who wants this shit? Who wants her, man? What the fuck? This is crazy. This is just insane. And again, this is what you're seeing is the quality of the United States Congress and Senate on full display. On full display. Because they are allowing it. They could impeach her anytime they want. They could impeach Trump anytime they want. They could impeach Kash Patel, but they could stop this anytime they want. The Senate and the Congress, and they have refused to so far. And this is your tax. If you're an American citizen and you live in the U.S., your tax dollars pay for this.
Just to buy a deportation plane in the first place, it's like buying a Rolls Royce to turn into a Metro bus. I was almost prepared to buy that story of how the jet was both for executive travel and mass deportation. And then I heard about an airborne episode of entitlement, arrogance, and contempt that I could hardly believe. Apparently, when your special blanket, your blankie, was left on one...
Yo, who said this? Somebody said that's for a premium top VIP prisoner. Exactly. You know, that's for the billionaire they arrested wandering around on the street, being an illegal immigrant in the USA.
one of the government jets and not transported over the new one, your special government employee, Corey Lewandowski, chivalrously stepped forward to fire the pilot midair, a 2003 Coast Guard Academy graduate and distinguished U.S. Coast Guard commander in Air Station, Washington, D.C. But then he had to be rehired immediately because there was no one else who could fly the two of you on the rest of the journey back home. Secretary Noem, you're flying high now, maybe even a little bit too close to the sun. But with all these free planes and houses and pilots, you've traveled a long distance from your actual job and the things you should be doing as head of Homeland Security. Your agency is charged with protecting the homeland. It includes FEMA, PSA, the Secret Service, the Coast Guard, the Cybersecurity Infrastructure Security Agency.
I'm sorry, y'all. If you're watching it on the TV, I'm sorry. I'm laughing at the chat. Look, daggone Universal said, if y'all don't like this country, you know, y'all can have it at any time, right? Y'all can what? Y'all can leave at any time. Yo, man, I don't live in the U.S. anymore. You didn't know that? I'm talking all the shit I want because I'm an American citizen, okay? I live outside of the U.S. I'm born and raised in Washington, D.C. Family goes back both sides to the colonial period in America. But as a grown-ass man, when I turned 30, I moved outside of the country. I live in Denmark, you know, the place that has universal health care and universal education and 5 weeks vacation for everybody. That place, that's where I live. You see what I mean? So, you know, I did leave. I voluntarily left. What the and my advice is more people should voluntarily leave just like that, because if you think what you're experiencing is fucking normal in the United States of America, you must be into sadomasochism or something. You must be into sharecropping. You must be into torture and pain. Nobody else in the Western world is up for that bullshit that Americans are up for. Like, you guys pay taxes for fucking nothing. For nothing. And then you get talked down to. Who the fuck wants to be you? Who the fuck wants to be you? You better think about it. Think about that shit.
As well as ICE and CBP. Yet you've hollowed out the national security mission. You redeployed.
I come in the U.S. and I just see instantly the first thing that gets me is I remember, damn, it's a lot of homeless people here.
Thousands of people responsible for tracking terror financing and fighting cyber threats to go work on your mass immigration roundup. You reassigned to the roundup agents working a key national security probe into Iran's terror financing, paralyzing that investigation. And to run what's left of Homeland Security's ruined terror.
Yeah, Gantz, if you was younger, if everybody was younger, yeah, I left in my 30s, man. I'm 55 now, so.
Terrorism Prevention Office.
But here's the thing. Americans need to, Gantz, you need to understand this. I've figured out a lot of this stuff. See, I know the American mentality because I grew up in it. You see what I mean? And I understand. I know we have our quirks about us, you know. And one thing we have is this thing that makes any people weak. All people, some groups of people have this more than others, right? But it's this thing about following the crowd. People will follow a crowd off a cliff to their demise. And when someone is right in their face that's telling them, don't do it, you're going to hurt yourself, and takes the time to explain to them why, a person that knows damn well why, a person they should have every reason to believe, Americans don't fucking listen to that person.
We actually installed a 22-year-old intern whose chief listed quality.
So you don't want to waste your whole life there for people that don't listen. Keep in mind, these are the people that somehow found Donald Trump, the best friend of the most prolific sex trafficker, most prolific child predator, most prolific blackmailer in the history of the United States of America. These people somehow found his best friend better than Kamala Harris.
Qualification for the job was that he had participated in a model.
Exactly. Cognitive dissonance. Exactly. And I ain't going to spend my life, you know, banging my head up against some shit people don't want to listen to. Now, you got to suffer by yourself.
UN club his junior year of college. Through FEMA, you're supposed to provide disaster relief to our communities. Yet last summer, as floods devastated central Texas and killed 135 people, including...
I mean, I'm sorry, just look at how stupid she looks. She's just standing there, and you could tell this guy Raskin is ripping her to shreds, and she's used to this kind of shellacking. She's used to it, man.
You're supposed
She looked like this happened to her every day. Oh, well, I'll just go back to work tomorrow.
to provide disaster relief to our communities. Yet last summer, as floods devastated central Texas and killed 135 people, including 25 girls and 2 counselors at a Christian summer camp, you withheld crucial support, including search and rescue teams, for 72 hours. Why? Those were 3 crucial days during which people drowned and died, waiting for bureaucratic approval. You promised to use...
This is Kristi Noem. This is Trump's record, and this is the governor of Texas' own fucking record.
ICE and CBP to expel the worst of the worst, undocumented immigrants guilty of committing violent crimes like the people responsible for murdering the children of these angel families, these angel moms and dads who've joined us today. Instead, your masked agents have been indiscriminately rounding up any and all immigrants and citizens who your agents think look like they might be immigrants. They've arrested kindergartners, daycare teachers, and parents dropping off kids at school. They dragged grandparents out of their homes in their underwear in sub-zero temperatures and ripped children out of their beds in the middle of the night or used them as bait to arrest their parents. Just last month, your agents picked up Nurul Shah Alam, a severely disabled and nearly blind Rohingya refugee, lawfully in America, who didn't speak English. You claimed your agents dropped him at a safe, warm location. Again, not the truth. They dropped him off miles from his home in the dark at a closed coffee shop in sub-freezing temperatures.
And you know what? The man froze to death and died.
And now, because of this cruelty, this man too is dead.
He froze to death. The man froze to death. They didn't contact his family, nothing. They just threw his ass out on the street. It's fucked up. Yeah, he died. Just out on the street, froze to death. Why didn't they just leave him alone so he could go where he was going?
250,000 employees and a budget larger than that of 150 countries. You command over 80,000 sworn law enforcement officers, more than the number of police officers in New York, Chicago, LA, Houston, DC, Las Vegas, and Dallas combined. On top of that, our colleagues have handed ICE an additional $75 billion by slashing funds for Medicaid, children's health insurance, and rural hospitals. Secretary Noem, your job is to protect the homeland, but the most precious possession that we've got in our homeland is our freedom and the Constitution and the Bill of Rights that protect it. You seem to have forgotten what our most precious possession is. The billions of dollars showered on your department have paid for violence and chaos in the American heartland and a sweeping assault on the basic rights of the American people. But the heroic citizens of Minneapolis have shown America how to fight back against this reign of terror and win with the truth, with solidarity, with mutual self-help, with creative joy and humor and music, with mass nonviolent assembly and protest, and with irrepressible love of children and kindness towards animals and other living things. You've turned our government against our people, and you've turned our people against our government.
Yep.
But the people are winning today, although we know we must continue to wake up every day, like the people of Minneapolis, and go out and fight for constitutional freedom. We are clearly in the fight of our lives, and we obviously have very serious questions for you today about what you are turning our government into. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, damn. He eviscerated her. But let me see. What is this? Let me see. How many minutes? Okay. So that was Jamie Raskin. Now let me see here. Who else was in there? Is it here? Oh, right. The Senate, by the way, the Senate is about to vote on war powers for Trump. That's what they say. But when I checked in on it last, who was this prick, Republican prick that was in there who always pops up around this time? Damn, what's his name? He's also in the Epstein files. He damn, what's his name? I forget his name. He was in there just salivating over the war of right. This happening right now. Let me see here. Is it this one? No, that's 9 minutes.
If you're tired,
who is this? 2 seconds. Let me see who this is. Here we go. Is this the same one? Okay, here we go. Here we go. Right. This is what I wanted to hear. Here we go.
One, but two.
Okay, so there's a few other persons here. Let me see. Is it right here? Boom, 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 boom. He said he yields, and that will be here.
These angel moms and dads who've joined us today. Instead, your masked agents. Just last month,
Secretary, would you
here we go.
January 25th, 2025. She previously served.
Sorry about that, y'all.
Served as the governor of the great state of South Dakota and was our colleague here in the House of Representatives. And we welcome our witness and thank her for
you done goofed. What's up?
The work that she is doing. We will begin by swearing you in. You know how this works, Madam Secretary. Would you please rise and raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief, so help you God? Let the record show.
Hazel, what's up?
That the reflect that the witness has answered in the affirmative. Please know that your written testimony will be entered into the record in its entirety. Accordingly, we ask that you summarize your testimony. And Madam Secretary, you are recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ranking Member Raskin, for your opening statements. And I look forward to discussing the work that the Department of Homeland Security does each and every day to defend our homeland. I also want to take a personal privilege and thank my husband for being here too. He's going to have to go catch a flight in a few hours, but I'm glad he could be here today. And then I want to remind you of why we're all here. Like, I've had people ask me over and over again, you know, Christy, why did you say to President Trump that you would do this job? And I said, because this is going to be a difficult job. It's going to be a hard job. We're going to have to secure our border and make sure we're going after dangerous criminals and illegals and remove them from our country. And every day,
if the border is secure, then why are the drug prices? Why is the crack? Why is the cocaine, the heroin, the fentanyl still the same price? Can anybody answer that? If the U.S. border is closed, why is fentanyl prices the same? Why are all the drugs still coming across the border? Why did Trump complain about cocaine coming out of goddamn Venezuela if the border is secure? Why don't you just secure the border? If the border was secure, of course, that wouldn't be a problem, right? You wouldn't be worried about all that stuff, right? So it's obvious. You can't have it both ways. It's a fallacy. The border is not closed, and the border has never been different. It's never been open, and it's never been closed. It's a border like every other border on earth, okay? Stop trying to sell superhero fantasies that the border is closed right now. That's a goddamn lie. The border is not closed, and there is no stopping drugs from crossing the goddamn border. It just hasn't stopped or coming in a ship. Okay, duh. It doesn't just cross the border, you know. It doesn't just cross over a wall. It comes on boats too. Goddamn it! It's like, what the fuck? What the fuck? It's coming everywhere, and it's coming from the people you least suspect it to come from, just like the human trafficking is. You see what I mean? So just stop it. Just stop it. Just stop it. These are top tier industries. Drug and human trafficking are top tier industries. They make so much money. Their job is to figure out how to do their job better than you. That's how much money they got. Okay, so stop pretending like Trump wasn't down with the human trafficking when his best fucking friend was a fucking human trafficker for 15 goddamn years, the most prolific one in the U.S. How the fuck would Trump know anything about stopping any human trafficking when his best friend was the main trafficker? Like, what the fuck? And not just trafficker. So, sorry, it just ain't going to work. You know, you can't just come up there with a smile and a nice voice and act like problem solved. I'm here. You know, no one else has been doing any hard work. No, people been doing hard work. It's just your people been working against those people.
We're going to have to make tough decisions to uphold the law.
Yeah, Trump let a coke dealer walk free. What the fuck? Trump pardoned a coke dealer. You know what I'm saying? He pardoned a coke dealer and shit, man. You know what I'm saying? It's like, it's like, what the hell? He don't give a damn about that.
To make sure that the consequences for breaking the law are put in place as well. The one thing I would say is I wasn't quite prepared for was the heartbreaking stories I would hear. The families that have lost their children, their brothers and their sisters, to dangerous people that came into this country that never should have been here to begin with. They never should have been here, and then they perpetuated violent crimes against these people. I heard one story, I never forget hearing Rachel Morin's mom tell the story of how she was killed. And just listen to
Here we go. There we go again. So now the old lady, the little 3-year-old boy, he was a murderer, an axe murderer. The grandmother who was cleaning the toilets, she was an axe murderer. I get it. Everybody was an axe murderer, right? So she's going to talk about the one person that was an axe murderer and paint everybody else as an axe murderer.
Thank you for that opening statement. We will now go to gentleman from California, Mr. Issa, for a 5-minute question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam Secretary, I couldn't be happier that you're exactly where you are. Many of us had the honor of serving with you when you were in the House, and candidly, when I hear the jealousy of the ranking member for the job you're doing and his inaccurate statements, that's all I hear is, you were better than this body, and you're proving it every day, you and President Trump. The ranking member is entitled to his opinion and to that dialogue berating you and everything the administration's doing. He's just not entitled to his facts. And I'd like to spend my time concentrating on a few of those. Madam Secretary.
He is brown nosing his ass off. It's disgusting. But again, it's worth noting. These are the people that are fine with Trump being the president. This is the point. That he's not at the point where he's like, nah, this man has done so much to fuck this country up. Nah, he's got to be impeached. No, he's not there. He's still capping for Trump. He's saying everything is normal today and everything is fine. And if there's anything that's not good about it, it's the leftovers from Biden and Harris and Obama. But things are on the right track. This is what he's saying. It was okay for Elon Musk to raid your social security numbers. That was okay to him. That's okay. It's okay for Peter Thiel to be taking people's private information, right? That's okay. It's no problem. It's not an issue at all. Kristi Noem buying a big ass private jet and flying around on it, right, with taxpayer dollars. That's not a problem at all. None of it's a problem. None of it's a problem.
Laws changed significantly between the time of.
No, yeah, this dude is like Danish border. There is open borders between Sweden and Norway. Come on, man. Don't listen to this goof. Yo, I'm sorry, doggone universe. I gotta get you out of here, man, because you distracting people on stupid shit, man. Like, really, I'm gonna time you out for yeah, there you go. So I'm sorry, but don't play with people's minds, man. Don't play with people's minds, man. You're wasting people's times and stuff, man. It's a let me see. I accidentally hit him from the channel, but let me just time him out. Now he's on here. I'm just going to time him out, man. Here we go. 30 minutes, man. Learn your lesson. Stop playing games. If you got a question, ask a question. But for people that want to know, the United States border is not closed and it's never been closed and it's not closed right now. It's just operating like a border should. It lets people in and out all the fucking time, and it lets goods pass through it all the time. And the Border Control's job is to check and make sure every good that comes in is legal and everyone that goes out is legal. Very simple. Every person that comes in is legal and every person that goes out. It is not closed. Okay, so stop saying that dumb shit. And of course, the border between Sweden and Denmark is not closed. Every once in a while they close it, but all that means is they checking IDs. What the fuck? What the fuck does that mean? All it means when they say it's closed is they checking IDs. You just have your ID. They just check you. What the fuck? It doesn't mean I can't go to Sweden. It just means here's my ID. Okay, thank you, sir. Boom. And then I drive on and then I drive back when I want to. Sweden's 15 minutes from Denmark on the road. It's just across a bridge. So listen, but back to this.
Let's say President Obama or President Clinton and their enforcement of the border and Joe Biden's 4 years?
No, there wasn't, sir.
It is an open border because no, listen, the border is not closed. When it's a closed border, that means there's no traffic. Okay. It's an open border. What open border means is that you come across, and if there are checks, you got to pass it. You know, that's what it is. But in any case, the border is not open for illegals. Even when they're not checking IDs, it's not open for illegals. Even when they're not checking IDs in the U.S., it doesn't mean they're open for illegal goods. You're still supposed to follow the law, okay? Now, the bottom line is all the drugs still come into the United States of America. So the border is not closed, okay? You can also have nuances. It could be partially closed, right? It could be, you know, you call it what you want, but stop playing games. The United States border is not closed. And if it was 100% closed, according to Kristi Noem, there would be no human trafficking and there would be no drug trafficking coming back and forth across these borders every single day. That's the point. That is the point. Drugs cost the same. Until you see drug prices go down in the United States of America, until that day, that's when you can believe the borders are closed, when the prices on drugs go up. But it's not happening. So they're getting the drugs there somehow across that border, whether you like it or not.
Were any laws changed between the time that Joe Biden let 10 million plus people into the country, including the worst of the worst from around the world, and the time that you and President Trump began working?
No, there wasn't.
So it's not about laws. It's not about the calls of things being constitutional or unconstitutional. Isn't it true that every president except President Biden spent a lot of time, energy, and public relations letting people know that the border was a place to be respected and that we would deport particularly criminals coming into the country?
That is correct.
In any case, he's trying to clean up after her. He just wants to say everybody spends money. We know everyone spends money. That's what agencies have money for. But when you spend it on lavish shit that you don't need, that's not part of your job, that's the criticism that's being levied at her. And this guy's trying to act like he doesn't understand that. So let's see here. Let's go on to, who is this? Nadla. Let's go, Nadla.
Recognizes the gentleman from New York.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Noem, we have seen a consistent pattern of lies and deceit from the Department of Homeland Security under your leadership. I'm not just talking about the false claims that you and others at DHS have spread in attempting to smear Alex Preddy, Renee Good, and other victims of ISIS deadly tactics, all of which are well known. I'm talking about the dishonesty and deception that has become commonplace throughout your agency. One of the most brazen incidents occurred last week at Columbia University.
Friars, what's up?
5 DHS agents conned their way into a university-owned apartment building at 6 a.m. They were pretending to be police officers searching for a missing child. But this was nothing more than a ruse to gain access to the apartment of a student originally from Azerbaijan, Eli Agayeva, a senior studying neuroscience and politics. A public security officer.
I'm about to invite some people up. Sorry about that. I'm about to invite some people up on the panel. So those of you that want to hop up, feel free to click this link, and and then I will try to let you in.
But none was produced, and they proceeded to arrest Ellie. It is black letter law that a government agent cannot lie about searching for a missing child to gain entry to a residence. It's literally the example they give in the criminal procedure textbook. But your agents deliberately misrepresented themselves to gain access to Ellie's apartment. Fortunately, hours after Ellie was taken into custody, following a public outcry and a meeting with Mayor Mamdani, President Trump intervened and secured her release. If Ellie had been among the worst of the worst that you claim to target, surely the president would not have pushed for her release. But this is just one example of an out-of-control department under your leadership. My own office was the victim of your agents' deceptive tactics last year when DHS agents entered my office under false pretenses, claiming that my staff was, quote, harboring rioters, when video clearly showed this was not the case. A statement issued by DHS claimed the agents were doing a, quote, security check, and yet the video that has been released shows them handcuffing a staffer, demanding access to non-public areas of my office without a warrant, denying that they even needed a warrant when challenged by a member of my staff, and never once asking about the safety and security of my staff. More lies. Although both of these incidents were traumatic for those involved, at least everyone is alive and well. Unfortunately, the same cannot be said for Nur Amin Shah Alam, an elderly, nearly blind refugee from Burma living in Buffalo. 2 weeks ago, he was left abandoned by U.S. Customs and Border Patrol agents outside a Tim Hortons coffee shop an hour after they closed, in the cold and in the dark, with no shoes on, miles away from his home. 5 days later, he was found.
The cold and in the dark with no shoes on. Buffalo, New York, freezing temperatures. They killed that man. They killed that man. You know, that is cruel. And they're doing this in the name of American citizens, yo. Put anybody who thinks that's okay, put a 1 in the chat. Let everybody know who you are. You know, seriously, I mean, I'm sorry, but this is not American values. You know, this ain't American values. Anybody that wants to hop up, you can hop up using Discord. If you click the Discord link, you know, you will have to load Discord onto your phone or whatever you're using, and then you'll be able to come in and we can have a conversation if you want to speak to folks. I just want to let everybody know. War is peace, MPA. Talk about spending money. Trump increased the military's annual budget from $1 trillion to $1.5 trillion. Exactly. What the fuck is the point in giving them $500 billion more money? It's already big. That's $500 billion increase, but the salary for the service members wasn't increased. Exactly. No, I mean, you know, I'm just saying, you know, there's so much. This government we have never thinks about it's classist. You have a classist government. They're treating American citizens like they're nobody, like they're basically slaves. You see what I mean? Like they're beggars, and it's your tax dollars. They're treating you like you're beggars while they're spending your tax dollars, yo. They're not thinking about the average American. And what I mean by average American is like class struggle, like what it's like to live in the United States of America, just a normal life, regardless of who you are. Everybody has to pay bills, right? Nothing's for free. Everyone has to pay bills, right? No matter how expensive they are or you're on the street. Everyone's got to pay for health care. You don't get it for free. Even when you pay taxes for it, you got to pay a private deductible also on top of that. You see what I mean? To even access your tax dollars, you got to cough up money out of your pocket. You already paid the tax dollars for the Medicaid, and you got to cough up more money to access that money. You know, education, they just have no avenues for Americans to get ahead. They got no path for you to get ahead, to get a life. Student debt. Americans have student debt over their head for their entire damn lives. What the hell is up with that? Meanwhile, everyone else in the West doesn't. What the fuck? You know, I'm sorry, but you know, people gotta learn their lesson, and this is the year of learning that lesson. Like Trump and these people, they have made it so nobody has to be polite anymore about the truth. No one have to be quiet. No one have to hope everyone gets it. It's obvious these pigs like Kristi Noem do not fucking get it. They don't care about the average American at all. You are nobody to them. Nobody.
Found dead. Mr. Shah Alam escaped the genocide in his home country just to die here.
Oh, there you go,
Border
Friars. I
Patrol
see you.
Could not be bothered to take him home or to tell his family where they had released him. When the story came out in the press, DHS claimed that they had dropped Mr. Shah Alam at a, quote, warm, safe location near his last known address. Your agents also claimed Mr. Shah Alam showed, quote, no signs of distress, mobility issues, or disabilities requiring special assistance. These were obvious lies. The coffee shop was closed. It wasn't safe and warm. He was nearly blind. He required special assistance. But your agents callously left him to defend for himself with deadly consequences. This is a clear case of your officers failing to fulfill the basic duty of care. And as a result, this man is dead. So, Secretary Noem, I want to know if there will be any accountability for the incidents I have described today. Will the agents who lied at Columbia face discipline, or the officers who forced their way into my office What about the officers in Buffalo who abandoned a barefoot blind refugee in the middle of a freezing night miles away from his home? Will any of them face accountability?
Well, sir, you talk about several different specific cases. What I would say is some of your facts are wrong on some of those cases, but also that they are all being reviewed. We do have a review process in the ICE agency within that department
like
that goes through and does an OPR, which is the Office of Professional Responsibility, makes sure that all protocols were followed in every single case. In the case of the Columbia student,
reclaiming my time, we know that in the cases of Renee Good and Alex Preddy, proper protocols were not followed. Now, Erie County is currently mounting an investigation. Will you at the very least commit today that DHS will cooperate with the investigation by local authorities in New York of Mr. Shah Alam's death? Yes or no?
which case are you talking about, sir?
Shah Alam, the one who was
We will
released.
certainly look at that, but I want you to know that the investigations...
Will you cooperate with the local authorities? Yes
I
or
don't
no?
conduct the investigations that are outside
There
of
is-
within the umbrella of ICE and CBC.
I'll take that as a no.
The FBI leads
I'll
these
take that as a no. Unfortunately, there's
Hello.
been-
Yeah,
Do you hear me?
yeah, Fries. I got you. There you go, man. How's everything going? Let me adjust the
Can you hear
audio.
me?
Yeah,
I can hear myself.
Yeah,
Let's see.
you sound perfect, man. You sound perfect. What's going on, man? Yeah, what you got to say about this crap, bro? What do you got to say about this, man? It's too much. Can you hear me? Oh, where'd he go? Fries, I just had you, man. You on?
I can't hear you. I can hear you on the live, but I can't hear you in the chat.
Okay, hold on. Let me see if I can fix that. 2 seconds. Let me see here. You can't hear me on the chat. So let me see here. That's weird. So now I got to go like this. Okay. Give me 2 seconds. I'm going to fix it. You can't. I understand that. 2 seconds. What does it say here? Aha. Yeah. So if I switch over, how about now?
Hello?
Can you hear me now?
Yes. Now I hear you.
There we
now
go.
I hear you good.
Okay. Yeah. I'm finally figuring this shit out. So go ahead, man. What's on your mind, man?
It's just there's nothing that I can say. This is just a tough time for Americans. One thing that you said I completely agree with is that, well, I agree with a lot what you said, but we kind of had to fuck around and find out.
Yeah.
And this is, we're in that period now because if Harrison won or not half the countries, 60 million people, those that support Trump, because that's 74 voted for him. But about 60 million people would be complaining, would be, something's not right, this is not right. They would have some excuse. And now we see everything that she said was spot on.
Yeah.
I mean, he, Project 2025 is exactly like she said it was going to happen. And we just kind of had to experience it for ourselves before we realized this isn't what we want. And that's where we are now as Americans. We're to the point that we're realizing, we didn't fight hard enough. Granted, she wasn't 100% with what we went wrong with Gaza, but this is not what we wanted.
Right. And something, Fries, that's important to note, because the same thing can happen in these elections coming up, right? We have to not relive the same mistakes. And Kamala Harris, first of all, I hate having to say this because it's almost like the way the standards are set up is that you have to say things like Kamala Harris wasn't perfect, but nobody's perfect. But you see what I'm saying? But I'm going to put that out there. She may not have been perfectly what everyone wanted in every single way, right? She may not have been that. But having said that, she was nothing like this disaster we're seeing, and at least she seemed like she cared. The landscape of the U.S. is not easy to navigate through. There's a lot of pitfalls in it, and you just have to figure out how things, who is fighting for justice and who is not. It's not about their party. Like, I'll give you an example. Marjorie Greene Taylor, right? These things that she says, right? Would you say that she's affiliated with her party, or that she's just doing it on her own, whatever she's doing it for? Or maybe, yeah. What would you say? I mean, is she saying the right things at least?
No, I mean, it's listen to what Marjorie Taylor Greene says and why she's saying it. And I watched. I mean, I held my nose and watched as much as that interview with her and Tucker Carlson. And the thing is, Trump is so far off the rails that some of the things that he's doing is even she can't go along with.
Right.
But she's still dog crap. Like I absolutely don't support Marjorie Taylor Greene, except for the pack where she agrees. Yet, Israel is a Zionist state. But why does she hate Israel? Because they didn't take her on. When
That's
she
why.
got, remember
Exactly.
she got,
It's like
yeah,
gaslighting.
yeah,
It's like
she,
gaslighting. She couldn't
yeah,
get their money, so boom, boom, boom. She's mad at them.
exactly. And so that's the first thing, because she made her bones by writing the whole thing like on Twitter that about the space lasers. That
Yeah.
she did that when she was like in her primary, and that
Right.
kind of helped her win. And then because she even talked about it to her college, and she says, they didn't all that they didn't invite me, like they invited all the other freshmen congressmen, but they didn't invite me to come.
Right.
And so that's why she turned on them. So it's not like she has any moral backbone. It was the fact that she wasn't part of the party. So that's why that. And then she is a woman, and she was a big part of the Pizzagate, and she's a big part of the Epstein files. Can't get it released.
Yep.
And then when Trump does it, she looks like an idiot because her constituents are going, "You lying piece of blah blah blah.
Right.
You're supposed to be going after this." So she had no choice but to go, "Hey, give me something." And Trump says, "I'll give
So
you a finger up your butthole."
she's faking. In other words, she's saying it for herself. It's for
Yep.
herself, and she's faking. And at least Kamala Harris wasn't faking. She wasn't faking.
Well,
Go ahead.
I'll say
Go
this
ahead.
about Harris. If you said something, she's not perfect, but she's not perfect, but she's better than what we got.
Yeah.
And that's the catch. She's not perfect, but she's way better than what we got. And that's the key to it. Of course, she's not perfect. She wasn't my ideal candidate, but let's face it, we got Harris, we got Trump because the DNC cheated Bernie in 2020. All right, because
Right.
Uh, President Obama messed up a lot. He messed up in 2016 when he endorsed Hillary Clinton,
Right.
even though she causes Benghazi. She supported the coup in Honduras. She was weak on Putin. I mean, she
Right.
was a horrible Secretary of State. Period.
Yeah. Yeah.
This was
He
accepted.
picked the centrist basically. He picked the centrist over the
Worse
leftist.
than that,
Right. Or go
but
ahead. Go
even
ahead.
that, even that, I can live with that part. He made a mistake. All right, acknowledge he made a mistake. And when she came into your office,
Right.
and when Bernie came into your office, he should have said, "Hey, Hillary, you messed up. All right, you messed up on Benghazi, and I mean, you're the Secretary of State. Why were you going there to oversee the killing of Gaddafi? Okay, it
Right.
was an
Yeah.
absolute mistake. I can't endorse you." And
Right.
that's he should have done that, but he didn't. He didn't endorse Bernie, and he endorsed Hillary. So that was his first mistake right there. And the second mistake was 2020. He was the one that told Joe Biden to get into the race, knowing the dossier was floating out there. They knew that. They knew the whole thing with if the computer was out there. And then Lev Parnas. Have you ever seen Lev Parnas? Is a thing called To Russia with Lev. Have you ever seen that?
I haven't seen it all, no, but I've heard about it. But go ahead, tell me.
It's in, it's important. It's important. Well, his son's like a podcaster, right? Like
Whose
his
son?
kid's a podcaster, right?
Whose son?
Lev Parnas. Lev Parnas' son is like a big time a podcaster, like
All right,
like
hold on.
progressive podcaster.
Okay, my fault. Let me look him up. What's his name again?
You look, I forget his last name is Parnas, but I forget his first name. I always remember, but he's like a young kid, he's pretty popular.
Okay, hold on. Podcaster. Yeah, I need to check in on this. Go ahead now. Yeah, I'm listening. I'm gonna pull him up.
I'm sure that you've seen him before because you see him all the time. You just didn't put two and two together.
Is
But
Aaron
anyway,
Aaron Parnas, right?
Eric.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I got you.
Have you ever seen him?
No, I'm gonna pull him up right now. I'm gonna pull him up.
Oh
right
yeah, you should follow this kid. He's pretty spot on. I mean, he does make money from funding that's like kind of like left leftist,
What am
progressive,
I
like
talking about? I know exactly who you're talking about, man. Exactly. I follow him.
yeah,
Matter of
yeah,
fact,
yeah.
man, that's
I thought
crazy.
so. I thought so.
This was his name. Okay,
Yeah.
I don't know why his name skips me. I'm also on Facebook with him, man. Yeah, but go ahead. This is the guy right here, right?
So
You see him?
yeah, so
Yeah.
his dad,
Uh-huh.
yeah, that's him. I can't see the computer, but his dad, Lev Parnas, is the one that exposed the whole thing with the DNC, and he admitted that it was a Russian op, that they got it from Russian operatives. The Russian operatives had the computer, and they gave it to Roger Stone.
Okay.
Russian intelligence services gave it to
Gave it to
them.
Roger
There's no
Stone.
doubt where it
Right.
came from. That's where the whole thing came from. And so you're telling me that President Obama didn't know this in advance? They knew it in advance, and they told him to run anyway.
Right. I hear
So
you.
they
I hear you.
he should have said, yeah, he should have said, hey, look at this dropout right now. Let me support Bernie instead.
Right.
And
But
they really
Obama.
hate progressive.
Yeah, but Obama was
Go
his
ahead.
vice. Obama was his vice president, and they did well together, right?
No, no, I'm talking. I'm talking in 2020. In 2020,
Okay.
that thing came out.
I see what you mean.
It
I
came out
understand you
in
now.
about
I
yeah.
understand you. Yeah,
It came
yeah.
out really like during the primary, they knew about it in January. That's when
Right.
these guys got it.
Right.
So Obama, he has intelligence services. He knew that this was floating out there, and that this was going to be what they call the October surprise.
Well, I see what you mean.
And
He picked Hillary
yeah,
Clinton. Clinton lost to Trump, right? And then later he
yep,
picked Biden, and he knew
double
about
down,
the thing with Biden and
yep,
the laptop. I
yep,
got you. Yeah. Okay. So
yep,
just to
yep.
make it clear. Yeah.
And
But go
so
ahead. Yep.
yeah, exactly. And so this is what the problem is. Like the Democrats plotted to keep Bernie out so bad because they didn't want to give, Medicare for all. They didn't want to give tuition-free college. They didn't want to tax the billionaires. They wanted to make sure money keeps going to the Zionists. They wanted to make sure that Palestine wasn't going to be supported. All these are things that Bernie was going to do.
Right.
And they didn't want any of that.
Right.
And so to keep that out, that's why they told Biden continue to run through the primary. All right. They made sure that his cabinet or that Harris's cabinet was full of his people. And if
Yeah.
you take a look at it, it's almost all Zionists on her team, all AIPAC donors or takers.
Right.
And that's what really killed her. So they kind of put us in this place, like they set her up for failure. But I mean, as an individual, I mean, come on, Harris was a prosecutor of San Francisco.
Yeah, they
She was
relied too much on they should have been more disciplined with APAC funding. Essentially, is what you're saying. And
they
people,
should have.
yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, they should have let the grassroots go.
Yeah,
They should have said, look at what do the people want.
yeah,
We're going to go with the people want, and the
right.
people have always where Bernie had the movement. They wanted to control the narrative.
Yeah,
because they
held
wanted
it
to
back.
control the money.
It's true. They held it back.
Yeah,
it's true because we could have been at this place with Bernie already. There could have been a different trajectory set right then and there. And the fact of the matter is that we're here again now, but we're at the same point again, except it's 20 years later. Right?
Yep, and it's gonna exactly. And Hillary's, I mean, and VP Harris is talking about running again.
Yeah,
because they still can't let go of the narrative, and so they're all going to try to pop it back.
Yeah, my fault. Did you see? Can you see the chat? I think Eric got a question. He's asking: is the caller suggesting that people in the Republican Party don't take AIPAC money? Does the current administration? No. Oh, right. You hear that point, right? That's what Edward is asking you, Eric Thornton. Yeah.
Let me see if I can pull out the chat.
Yeah. Basically, he's saying they all take AIPAC money. So, this is a question a lot of people have because when you're running for office, it takes money, right? And the question becomes, you're going to do big donors or you're going to do small donors? That becomes the question. And how harmful are big donors to political parties and their trajectory, the things that they end up doing? Corporations, and also pro-Israel PAC is not a corporation, but they're a pro-Israel PAC, right? They get weapons and aid from us, right? But how loyal are these? How good are these PACs for our domestic policy? Are they in favor for us? What do we get? Are they hurting us or are they helping us? But go ahead.
I mean, yeah. So you nailed it right there, and the answer is APAC is about one thing and one thing only. APAC is about collapsing America to prop up Israel. So it's a zero sum game. You know that, you know what I mean when I say zero sum game?
Right. Yeah, yeah, yeah. We don't get anything domestically out of it. And we don't get anything.
Yeah.
What are we getting for our relation? Like, is there something the American citizen gets out of policy in the Middle East? What do we get? Do we get some of the oil money? Do we get is it, what is it doing for us? Is it bringing the cost of energy down for us?
Yeah.
What's the point?
That's the whole point.
Yeah, yeah.
It's a zero sum game.
Yeah.
Either we're going to get something or they're going to get something, but we both can't get something. So the whole thing is we get nothing, and then Israel gets everything, and all those that are giving money to Israel know good and well that they're taking away from their constituents and they're giving it to Israel, and they're doing that for the handful of pennies that they're giving.
It's basically a corporation. It's basically a corporation. Like Israel, we claim the security part of it is with Israel, right? And we need Israel to help protect our business people, our businesses in the Middle East, which are oil companies and other stuff, right? And so we're claiming that we're protecting us, our interests, but how much of those interests are really the average American person's interests? That's what it comes down to.
Well,
right? Is it a handful of people? Is it 50 people, 1,000 people? What is it worth? Because we spend a lot of we spend a lot of money protecting those interests.
And that's what I'm saying. We don't even, there's not even those interests are guaranteed. That's the whole point. We literally get nothing from it. Like APAC should have to register as a foreign agent because the money leaves America and it doesn't come back, and there's no return on our investment. They're never going to be. That's why they bring them over to Israel. If they're men, they put them in these hotels and they get girls to go in there and sleep with them. And then they take them all to the wall.
That's
true,
crazy.
but they have to.
Yeah,
they take them all to the wall, and then they make them bow to the wall, and then they make. There's a guy named Bobby Lee. He's a comedian. Okay, he talked about how they took a bunch of comedians over there, and what they did. He goes, and they made us write these letters saying how great Israel was every day, and he's like, I hated it. I left and came back early.
Huh.
So he kind of exposed what they did. He's just a comedian. They do that with all of our congressmen. They do with all of our senators, and they have to go there, and then they have to write a letter, and they have to present that letter to their handler.
And this is all
and it
for
says,
money. This is all for election money for their campaigns inside the U.S. Okay. But listen, Edward.
But then,
go ahead. Yep.
What is that? What was happening?
Edward, he's not happy with your answer. Just check it out. Edward's not happy.
Of course he's not.
He said you didn't answer his question.
What's his question? Tell me, ask me again. I'll ask.
All right. The question is, okay. He said you didn't answer his question. I asked if Kamala's administration was full of people that take AIPAC money, and that was bad. Then why is the Republicans that take AIPAC money not bad? Right.
It is bad. That's my point. So the thing is, they get us on both sides.
They're both bad. It's bad anyway.
They're both bad, but there's a difference. Let me explain the difference. Donald Trump took $100 million from $200 million from Marion Adelson and $100 million from AIPAC. Okay, that's what Donald Trump did. The Harris Biden campaign took $1 million from Marion Adelson.
1 million?
So, yep, they sure did. So, which is worse? Well, obviously, whoever's taking the most money. But is it both bad? They're both bad. And so, there's a thing called the AIPAC. Tell him.
But this is, to me, this is like hedging your bets, right? Betting on both sides of the aisle.
Now you're getting it.
And I think that's me, that's where the problem is, like hedging the bets. It's like because they don't support any particular policy in the U.S. I think at the end of the day, that's the problem, right? Because if
ask him that I answer his question.
Go ahead. Right.
But ask him if I answer his question.
Oh, Edward, did he answer the question? Edward? You know what, Edward? You should hop up, man. Also, let me drop the link too.
Just tell him to jump up. But the thing is, he's right. They're both bad. And the thing is, so I'm glad he mentioned that because and get me back on the subject because I wanted to say something about that. I think the new difference is going to be what I call the Mamdani effect,
Okay.
where Mamdani stood up and said, "I'm not taking money from either one," and I have all of these guys that are part of the Jewish community here in New York, and I'm going to be supporting them. I'm going to be with Nutra Carter. I'm going to be with something live. I forget what they're called. I'm going to
Right.
be with these groups here in New York in the Five Barrels, and I'm going to be helping making sure that they're safe from anti-Semitism, making sure that they have what they need in their communities. This is what I'm going to focus on, and
Right.
I think that's the difference. Is I'm definitely a strong supporter of the actual Jewish community because it lives in the diaspora, and and some of them are very devout Jews and they're waiting for the return of the Mashiach, and I support that. But what I don't support is Zionism because it's mainly atheist. And for example, Mike Huckabee's a Zionist. Okay, so that's what I'm saying. Mike Huckabee is not Jewish at all, but he's a proud Zionist. And a lot of these guys are Zionists, and the Christian Zionists want Jews to die
Yeah, they
because
do.
for Jesus to come back,
They want
they
Muslims
have to
and
die.
Jews to die.
Well, they want Muslims to die every single day.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
but
yeah.
the biggest problem is, who's really dying in all of this is the Christian Palestinians.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
And
That's
so
terrible,
how
right?
can you say that Hamas of course sucks, there's no doubt about it, but it's the Christian Palestinians that you're killing.
No.
And those are the ones, so that's those, and to me those are the children of God. I think the devout Judaism and Christian Palestinians are as close as we're going to get to what the Mashiach is all about,
Okay.
and that's who I support. I don't support Zionism in any way because Zionism is about it's about using the Bible for one purpose: to steal land,
Well,
and that's all. They don't care about anything better than stealing land.
yeah, and I think I agree with this thing about Mandami, being the effect, because at the end of the day, for me, it's like no matter what religion you are, or if you don't have any religion, whatever it is, right? You still need when we live in a community with other people, and so we need people to be okay. For us to be okay,
Yeah.
we have an effect on each other when we walk down the street. If I have to walk outside and I see homelessness everywhere, or I see people that are desperate everywhere, that's not good for me, right? So
Right.
there has to be
Yeah.
some way of us supporting each other, and so I'm totally with the democratic socialist concept. I don't know exactly what. See, I hate using the term unless I know exactly what it means, but I'm for social projects for sure. I'm for projects because obviously, we talk about this all the time. The U.S. military is a damn socialist project. It's a socialist project.
Yep.
You get paid the same salary. It's paid for 100% by U.S. tax dollars. Boom, boom, boom. This kind of thing. So, and we claim that our military is the best, right? So why can't we do big projects where in areas where people need big projects to be done? Why can't we run them in similar ways or in better ways? And the main principle is, why can't our tax dollars be used to help people where they are in need? Where they're in need. You see what I mean? Like, we do a lot for example, if people need childcare, there's people saying, I don't want to pay for somebody else's childcare. They miss the whole concept.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That it's not just one person. Everybody now can spend, number one, you have a better time with your children, right? Number two, you can actually go to work and make a living to support your children if you have some assistance with childcare. But if you don't have these kind of things available, do you know how many people you would wipe out of the work market? It's crazy, man. And then these are people, American citizens, we wiping out of the work market just because we don't meet them where their need is. And so yeah, man. Listen, I'm totally for it. I get 5 weeks vacation. Everybody in Denmark gets 5 weeks vacation. Period. Everybody, no matter if you're working or not working. Of course, if you work,
nice.
the money is better. Obviously, you can really do something with your vacation. But if you don't work, you still get off work. for 5 weeks.
Nice.
It's still
That's so nice.
yeah, you can still stay in your home for 5 weeks and afford the rest of the things pretty much, right? So everyone, if you need assistance with childcare, there's ways to figure that out here. And education is free and is even paid for. People get paid to go to school here. Kids get paid to go to school. So, you know, what you do of yourself is really on you. It's not on your parents. It's not based on how much money your parents have or the legacy of your family. It's your individual, you know, desire, essentially, you know. So I like that system better. And then plus just studying it, being over here looking at the tax system, man, the U.S. tax system is just ripping Americans off, man. It's just ripping them off, you know.
Yeah, we have a problem.
Yeah, they found a way to make it sound like you're paying less, but actually you're wasting more. You might pay a little less, but you waste way more. You know, it's crazy.
There's too many loopholes. Hey, so look up DSA. Do you know what DSA is? I think it's Democratic Socialism of America. I think that's what DSA stands for. I'm not sure.
Let me see here. Let me do that. Yeah, that's true. Thanks for that. Yeah, actually, people need to know about that. That's true, man. And we need to get more people on board with that because that's really what's going to change our country, man. So I'm glad you're coming up here because me and you, we have that in common. You know what I'm saying? Let me see. Democratic socialism. At least the let's say.
Yeah, so check out DSA. This one thing, I think there's a group called DSA. DSA is, I think that's what the organization is. It's like a political party, and they kind of all meet together and they look at progressive ideas and policies, and then they get those together and they try to find candidates to endorse.
Right. Okay. I got you.
And
DSA.
So also look up I think they're called the Sunrise Movement. Those are pretty important because they're a young progressive group. I mean, you can't be older than 35 to join them, and they're the new kingmakers.
Okay, what are they called?
So if they're supporting, I think it's called the Sunrise Movement.
The Sunrise Movement.
Yeah.
Okay. So let me go ahead. I'm looking it up right now. Yeah. It says while DSA focuses on a broad socialist restructuring of society, the Sunrise Movement is a youth-led political organization specifically focused on climate justice, right?
Yes. Have the chat look that up. If somebody wants to join that, I highly recommend it. But they also push candidates too. If they're pushing your candidacy, like they got behind Mamdani, and he went from having like 20,000 volunteers to close to 100,000 volunteers in New York.
Right. That's great.
So
man.
and they push candidates. They push candidates in San Francisco. Like they're gonna primary or take over the seat of Nancy Pelosi.
Okay.
They were the ones who went after Senator Feinstein when she was alive. She tried talking crap about him, and they went to her office, and she goes, "Who cares? You're only 16. Why should I care what you think about?" And they shut her down, and she never recovered.
Wow.
She never recovered because they just exposed her. Like that's when they were starting. They're really powerful now. They have chapters in every city, and if you can help them out in any way or give them any kind of light of day, that's the new youth movement that all the Gen Zs and that Generation Alphas are getting into right now, and that's the wave of the future. So I love them. I love what they're doing, and so if these groups aren't supporting you, I will support you. Also, tell Edwards to look up a thing called APAC Tracker.
APAC Tracker.
If you don't have a
green light, Edwards?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
If you don't have a green light on the APAC Tracker, you're not getting my vote, and no one should. Anybody who comes up on that, like, it shows how much money you take from APAC.
Right. Okay.
And if the APAC Tracker gives you a green light, you're good. If you don't, I don't think they're going to get supported. There's still going to be people that win certain areas, but I don't think it's going to be as relevant. Like Plattner, he takes the money from APAC. I think he's going to beat Susan Collins in Maine, and so on and so on. So that's going to become the new thing this year, and it's not going to happen among the Republicans. Republicans are going to take more money and more money and more money from APAC until their base basically said, Macy's the one I respect. Macy takes no money from APAC. He doesn't. He won't accept money from APAC. He's actually a straight shooter. His policies suck, but the one thing I agree about is that he doesn't take money from APAC.
Okay, right.
And
So
and
that can't be
yeah,
the single qualifier. Yo,
no.
who said that? Edward, I'm working on it. Let me get you the link up. Yeah, Edward's trying to hop up also. So let me try to see how can he get in the same one we're in. Is that possible? Or here it is. Hold on.
I think so.
Yeah, I think he can
should
too.
be
I
able
just
to.
got to go like this. Copy. All right, Edward, I'm gonna drop it in the chat again. And it's also posted at the top of the chat. You see there, pinned at the top, it's the last link, the Discord link. It should be the same one. It should be good. But that raises another question because, that's the point. That's what happened with Kamala Harris. Now, it's this thing about single issue voting, right? If we need to prepare people so they care about issues, but they also know that it's possible for the greater good somebody's issue may not get met the way they want it to immediately or right away. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I hear you, but
you
it's
see?
good luck. Good luck on that. I'm telling you. I talked to so many I was in the Bernie movement out in California in
Yeah.
Los Angeles. I talked to so many people that did not vote for Harris on a single issue, and
Well,
that issue was Palestine.
Well, here's the thing. It's a lot of different single issue voters though. That's the problem. See, that's what I'm saying. Like me myself, I'm sorry. I can't vote on one issue. I can't. That makes no sense. Because
But what's the one issue that's too much for you though? Like, that's the thing about it. It's not like there was one issue like they held their nose for Biden, but with Harris, that when it came to genocide, it was like
Right.
they couldn't take it. So what's the one issue that would be too much for you?
Well, here's the thing. I think it's like this, man. I think they made a mistake on Harris. I think they made a mistake. And that's why I'm saying that people need to be cautious about having, not just being a single issue voter, right? But also examining people because like when I looked at Kamala Harris, I looked at her situation. I know, I mean, my feeling is that it's not sure, she probably most definitely maybe she should have. People can say she should have said more. Other people will say maybe she said too much. But the bottom line is that she didn't get a chance to show anybody what she wanted to do herself because that situation doesn't let you do that, man. They're not going to let you just say everything you want to do before, you're not, who does that? Who really does that? If you want to get anything
But
done.
why? Take a look at why though. Like for example, why didn't she go on more podcasts? Number one, why didn't was Rogan a big deal? Yeah, Rogan's a big deal, but could she have gone on Rogan? You see, I don't. She never, in my opinion, she never challenged herself against the opposition. Like look at Gavin Newsom. Gavin's talked to Charlie Kirk.
Uh-huh.
Gavin talked to Nick Fuentes. We might not like it, but he's talking to these guys. He's going on these right wing podcasts, and he sat in front of Hannity, and he chewed Hannity up like he was a piece of bologna.
Right.
He destroyed Hannity, and Harris just doesn't combat. She doesn't have the ability to really do that.
Right. Yeah. I
Remember,
hear you.
Harris got destroyed in the first debate in the 2020 debate by Tulsi Gabbard. Freaking Tulsi Gabbard did her in.
Tulsi Gabbard did her in? When is that? I don't remember that.
Oh,
it was a primary.
go back and go look at the primary debate.
Okay.
Tulsi Gabbard chewed her up and spit her out, and she stood there looking silly, and she chewed up and spit out Joe Biden. She called Joe Biden down something that she wasn't even right about.
Okay, on what issue?
But no one.
What was it about? You remember? Let me see if I can go back.
Yeah, I remember exactly. She called Joe Biden out on the fact that back when she was a kid, he supported segregation or he did this with school busing, and if you go look at it, he actually was trying to get away from it, but he had to agree with these guys because Joe Biden always wants to agree with the opposition on one or two things, and so that's what he did. But he actually was. I mean, he was He wasn't. She made it seem like a racist, and it worked. And people were like,
Okay.
"Boo, Joe Biden."
But here's the thing, man. That's what I mean, man. That's totally what I mean. Because like, don't get me wrong, when I don't expect Joe Biden to be I understand Joe Biden. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. I understand Joe Biden. He's how old is he? He grew up in a different America. So we know that. Yeah, we know that for sure, right? And we know that it requires that generation. That generation had to do a lot of changing. So if they're halfway okay, I mean, not I don't want to say halfway because I don't want to make it seem like halfway is a goal, but if they're decent, that means they've been through a lot of change from that time that they were actually growing up. You see what I mean? Most people, right?
No,
because
I agree with you.
yeah, and so again, it's about options, right? And it's also about sincerity. I mean, I myself, I thought. Now I'm not talking about Israel. I think regarding Israel and some other things, they've been picking up the rear, and I don't think it's just the Democratic Party. I just mean American politicians have been picking up the rear with certain issues. Like, we shouldn't have to be involved with nations that abuse us. First of all, it shouldn't be an abusive relationship, and we need to check not just Israel, but we need to check corporations. We need to check everyone. And everybody needs to be on the same page when it comes down to knowing what their purpose is. And anytime you enter into politics and spend your money and start giving money to politicians, you should be doing it so they can do the best by the American citizen. Period.
Agreed.
You see what I mean?
Agreed.
And I think that's kind of where we have a history of problems in the U.S. You know what I mean? Now we're trying to get out of it. But how do we get out of it? Because we have a structure that has been very segregated. We have the rich versus the poor. Then we've had whites against, separated from blacks. Then we have, Christians separated from. We have a lot of segregation going on. Women separated from men. We had all this history in the United States of America. So when we get to today, there is no one single issue. There's so much ground that needs to be made. You see what I'm saying? And I'm pretty sure that today, well, let me ask you this question, man. I know I'm maybe mixing things up a little bit, but let me ask you this. The Palestinians that voted for Trump, what do you think they think today? Do you think they think, oh, wow, shit, I should have gave Kamala a chance? Do you think they believe that? Or do you think, no, I didn't vote for her, she didn't say enough about Palestine, and that's it? What do you think they believe?
From what I understand, most people that I've talked to, they were watching what Biden was doing, and the problem was, like, Biden made a lot of mistakes. Biden didn't make as many mistakes as we think. Biden gave them 2,000-pound bombs. Okay, however, and he had to. He couldn't stop that from happening. But in the provision, he said, "Look, you cannot use these in Palestine. You can use these against Iran, but you can't use it against Palestine." So, but a lot of people didn't get that memo, and so all the devastation that was all the devastation that was taking place there happened because they were giving them these bombs. And the thing is, it was overkill. They're killing one Hamas operator, and they're taking out an entire hospital.
Yeah, it wasn't a plan. It wasn't a real plan. It wasn't a real plan to restrain it just wasn't good enough. I mean, let's just put it that way. It wasn't good enough. He may have had. Go ahead. Yeah.
Let's look at what he did though. He got I don't have the numbers in front of me, but I'm pretty sure. So I think there was 200 hostages, right? He got back 150 hostages. All right. Trump got back 20, and Trump takes credit for getting the last 20 back. But Biden actually got a lot of them back. Biden had the deal done in June. Netanyahu came out to Trump Tower, to Mar-a-Lago, and Trump told him, "Don't break any deals until I can get in office because I have nothing to run on." This is documented. All right. Biden should have said, "You're going to jail right now, Trump." He should have arrested Trump on the spot for that. That is complete interference in this war. And he did nothing. Like, he should have put him in jail just for that alone. And he didn't. He just kind of, no big deal. And so that's the
I see what you
problem.
mean. Yeah,
Biden,
yeah.
yeah, Biden said openly, "I am a Zionist. I am a proud Zionist." Biden said this. Already said this.
And I
And
think
that's the problem.
Yeah, and I think that's what I think we talked about that too. It's like, Edward, I'm working on this. I don't know why
Edward, get in here.
Edward said that he said that the link is not working. He said the link is not working, but I'm trying to figure out how that is because this is the same link.
You got to give him. You might have to give him a link into his chat like I did because I couldn't tap into the link into the on the chat. I couldn't get to that link. It was dead.
Okay. So let me see something here. If I go like this, what about the one? If I open this up, and I'm going to pin it up there right now so you can click the one. Try to click the one in the pin section if you can. Did it do that? Yeah, I'm trying to get him up here, but it's taking.
While he's doing that, I'll say another thing that Biden messed up on. Another thing is that Biden should have gone over there and actually worked with the Palestinians. He should like once you bomb a Palestinian church, you should say, look, this is a problem, all right, and make it very clear. Christian Palestinians have done nothing wrong. Why are you harming a single Christian Palestinian?
Right. So,
and he didn't.
Yeah,
he said, because understand, Netanyahu is a right winger. He is basically blue MAGA. He is as Trumpy as MAGA gets for Israel. And Biden thought for some reason that he's my buddy, he's my friend. He's not. He's the friend of the Republicans. He's all Republican friends. And that's what Biden didn't get. Biden really thought that this was his buddy, and he brought him next to. He was charged by the ICC. Biden brings him to the United States to visit him.
Yeah.
And the stuff like that he did. And so understand, this is how Harris could have won. If Harris would have said, hey, look, you know what, Joe, I got to talk to you privately. Look, for us to win, I'm going to separate myself from you. And because all of her advisors, you're reading the data. You're reading the data. You know what's coming in. You know how people are feeling about it. You know this. And she should have said, look, I got to separate myself from you, Joe. And I got to say, I don't agree with what he's done on some of this. We're divided on it.
See, this is where
I get a better plan.
Yeah, but this is where I think this is the problem. This is where my criticism is. I don't think it's realistic, man, to be honest. But I do think that's what people were looking for. Not realistic. I don't believe so. And I also
that's what you lost.
But I don't. But here's the thing. This is what I'm asking. The Palestinians that voted for Trump, do you think at this point, because this is what they need, it's not about Biden, it's about Kamala Harris. That was their choice.
There's no doubt. There's no doubt they fucked up. They know they fucked up. Okay. No doubt about it.
Because this is what I'm saying. I don't believe that you get to know what she was thinking that easy in that situation. I don't believe you do that. I believe she wanted to become the president first, and then you're going to find out. Just like Biden.
That's too late. That's the problem.
But here's the thing.
Trump told you what he was going to do.
But no, man, we let men get away with this shit all the time, bro. We got Trump. Did Trump, you see the difference? Said he
was going to do.
Did Trump do all the things he said he was going to do?
When it came to Gaza, yeah, he says we're going to bomb the hell out of them.
Yeah, but that's what
he was very clear.
That's
about what he was going to do with Gaza. He wasn't going to do it. He wasn't going to help the Palestinians out at all.
So that's what I'm saying. Why would you vote for somebody like that? Why would you do that?
Again, because she is siding with Biden, and in their minds, Biden is doing this right now, and she's saying, "I support him 100%. I'm not going to change a thing." It means in their minds, what Donald Trump is doing is what she was going to do.
Yeah.
So they just gave a ray of hope, at least.
Yeah. In my mind, it of course I'm not Palestinian, but in my mind I was thinking, no, man. In my mind, I'm thinking this lady knows about what it's like to be unfair. Yeah. She knows what it's like to have.
Did you look at her team?
To beat the odds, huh? Look at her team.
Did you look at her team? Do you know how many were took money from APAC?
Well, I'm not saying that they're, again, this is what Eric was saying. Loads of people are connected to or receive money from APAC. Loads of people do.
I believe it's a problem. And look at where it's gotten us. It's a problem. You
Right.
can no longer in this new environment take money from APAC. Period.
But Trump,
it's over.
But Trump takes money from APAC.
And look what he's doing. Trump takes money from
but you
APAC
can't,
because he's dirty.
But you can't punish a person for, see, this is the problem. You can't punish one candidate for taking money from APAC and then going and voting for the next one that does, if that's your issue. You see what I mean?
Oh, well, this is my point. That didn't become an issue until Mamdani made it quite obvious. That's when people realized, oh, there's a difference. Oh, we don't have to have a candidate. Because remember, in that race, the mayor race, every single candidate but one took money from APAC.
Right. I mean, don't get me wrong.
The Democrats.
I think there is an issue there. You know what I'm saying? But I don't think it translates all the way to. I think some of these people, they take money, man. They need money to run their campaigns. What they do afterwards, you know, because I know this is how my mind would be thinking. My mind would be thinking, I get in power first. After that, it doesn't matter. You know, like seriously.
Yeah, that's people. It's just I'm telling you what. Just take a note of what I'm saying, and everybody in the chat can hold me to it, and just do the research for yourself. Look at the APAC tracker, and look at how many people are going to start calling it out. It is a new big deal. It's so much of a big deal. So, did you ever follow Carl Kalinske on the Secular Talk?
No, but I hear what you're saying.
You should look
it's
up.
about a big deal. It's a big deal now. I do get that, and I'm not saying that it's not a big deal. That's not what I'm talking about. But what I'm saying is that it's not even just that it's a big deal. And again, I believe it's a big deal. But in my view, it's not just this issue. Again, I just mean in the context of the single voter thing. Like,
that's what I'm talking.
The single issue.
Progressive
single
movement
issue. Go ahead.
Yeah, the progressive movement has always been a single issue thing. It's almost like they demand purity. And it's one of the biggest critiques, or the biggest critiques about the progressive movement and Democratic Socialists, is they demand perfection. They really do, and I don't like it. It's just a reality. Like, they get mad at Bernie for just the smallest things, okay, and so that's just what's required of them, and it's going to be that way. It's that way with the Sunrise Movement. It's that way with DSA. These people, and with progressives in general, they're just very much about it's a purity test, and people hate that. But I can't control the mass. I can't control the 99%, and they're going to look at your record. They're going like, if you take money from APAC, you're out. If you take money from Big Pharma, you're out. If you take money from the NRA, you're out. If you take money from Big Oil, you're out. Yeah. Like, they don't want you to take any big money at all. They don't care where it comes from.
Yeah.
And then about your issues, if you're not for Medicare for all, you're out. If you're not for free college and tuition, you're out. If you're not for cancer student debt, you're out. If you're not for taxing billionaires, you're out. You can be for like Tarico's gonna have a problem because it's gonna come out he's taking money from Barry and Adelson.
Okay.
And he may not think it's a problem. It's gonna be a big problem because that margin right there, that's going to push you over the edge. If they don't come out and vote for you, you're going to lose by 4 or 5%. You're going to do a Harris. I understand with Harris, Biden got 81 million votes. Okay, Trump got 74 million votes in 2020.
Right.
It wasn't even close. Harris got 77. So how the heck did you go from 81 to 77?
Well, I think it's this, man. I'm gonna be honest with you, and I think this is where I'm getting at about the single voter issue, man. I think, you know, people, it's fair enough to have a PAC that has a list of things you need to adhere to. I think that's fine, right? But when we're looking at the candidates and we have expectations, the single voter thing, I think is a setup. It's a setup, you know, because there's so many issues that are behind in the U.S. You see what I mean? That are serious. And I think what's going on here is that Republicans have a way of putting all the serious issues that America has in the Democrat Party's responsibility in their hands. And so that's a big tent. You see what I mean? And there's so many people that take their issues seriously. So at the end of the day, when you vote for a person like Trump, you're voting against all those other serious issues. That can't make sense.
Yeah, it's not really that case, though. I mean, you think it's that way,
hold on,
but it's really not.
Hold on. And then also, there's never been a woman that's been president anyway in the U.S. So that means there's always an excuse not to. In the United States of America, just like inside of Texas, there's always an excuse not to elect a woman. There's always an excuse, bro. And you can't tell me that nobody had an issue with her being a woman in the United States of America.
So I agree with you on that, and I said the same thing before. But have you followed what happened in Dallas? How they pulled the plug on the electricity there, and they shut the Dallas down for 2 hours.
You mean after 7 o'clock or what?
No. Before 7 o'clock, during voting, they put all these new machines in there, and then something happened where the machines accidentally went off.
Oh no! When is that? No, I didn't hear about that.
2 hours.
Damn, man. No, I didn't hear
Yeah,
about that.
you should go take a look at that.
Where the hell?
That's why she talked about voter. It happened in her district in Dallas. So the machines got cut off for 2 hours. They cut them back on again, and then said, "Well, you can vote for a few more hours." And now they took those votes and they pulled those votes aside. They pulled those votes.
Okay. Yeah, this is.
So I don't know if they got sorted out. Yeah. So in other words, this is exactly what Trump's going to try to do. The Republicans did this because they wanted Talarico to win. Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
So
I mean, listen. All I'm saying is that a white, and I'm not dissing anybody that's white or Christian. I'm just saying this: a white Christian preacher winning an election in Dallas over a black woman doesn't sound new. It doesn't sound amazing. Because why?
It's her district. It's her district. I thought you were going to, but go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, her district is where they cheated the votes. So I'm saying that the problem is like it wasn't clean, and I don't know what's going to happen. But if there was any kind of election screw up, I think Talarico should agree with her that we should do a recount on this and to take a look at it to make sure. Because the thing is, everyone's vote has to count.
Indeed.
And if you just disenfranchise like even 25% of the vote, I think he won by 52%. So I don't think it really matters. Yeah. I think if it had been like 48 to 49, they would have had to do they had to do another thing. But I think because he won by 52, it might be over. But I think it should still be looked at.
Right.
Because if the Republicans cheated in this one for him to win, they're definitely going to cheat in the next one. And again, I don't think Talarico stands a chance against Cornyn. So one thing I wanted to say real quick.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm listening.
Single issues matters even to Republicans. Like one of the reasons why Cornyn's having such a big problem is because they're all single issue in with the MAGA. They're single issue too. If they think that you don't like Trump for any single issue, they're not going to support you. That's why Paxton did so well. So MAGA is even more single issue than even progressives are.
But that's what that's what I'm saying. MAGA are more single issue. They have fewer issues. They have fewer issues.
But what was the biggest issue? This one, the one that divided. So the single.
The immigrants.
The single issue was the Epstein file.
Oh right,
that's the one that broke the deal with these guys.
Right, but here's the thing. I get that. But here's what it comes down to. It's like they may be multiple issues in reality, right? But I just say single issue as an example, right? But MAGA,
immigrants, you're right.
But their brain is kind of focused that way because if you look at the things that they picked out, it was Epstein. They threw that away though. They don't even care about that anymore. But in immigrants, so immigrants is the one thing that they pretty much got out of this thing, right?
Single issue. Yep, that's their single issue.
Right?
Yep.
And what I was saying is that in my mind, I understand that maybe plenty of people, Palestinians, thought different. In my mind, I'm also acknowledging Kamala Harris is a woman, and she's trying to get into play. She's trying to get she's been the vice president. There's never been another woman that's been vice president. She spent this time trying to get into play, and she's doing whatever she thinks she has to do to get into play, to be the president, to do what the fuck she wants to do, which has never happened in the history of the country. There's never been a woman that's ever been president that's been allowed to do what the hell she want to do. So we've never seen what could have been. We never seen it. You know, we don't know. We don't know what kind of president she was going to. We don't know if she was going to be the kind of president that does something different from Joe Biden. Maybe she's thinking something different from Joe Biden, but it's not going to say it. We don't get to know.
That's the problem, though.
Yeah.
She was so close. Like she had to make that separation. Look at she has advisors, and the problem is that she dismissed her advisors, and she was forced to take on Biden's advisors. And those advisors told her, "Don't separate yourself from Biden. It'll be bad for you. Stick with him." And then she goes, "What about Palestinians? Don't bring any on your team." So she had no Palestinian activists on her team not even one.
Okay, yeah, maybe that was a mistake then. I hear you.
Yeah, and on the other hand, Donald Trump, those guys so they're running these commercials in one town. So for one group, they're running a commercial that says she doesn't support Israel. The next group, it says she supports Israel, and so they're feeding the media back and forth between these different groups. And so the Palestinians only hear she's supporting Israel. She's just like Biden. You can't trust her, and that's what was fed to Palestinians. And they use algorithms to hit just certain communities with certain commercials, and that's how they got these Palestinians on board. Plus, they paid these guys, these Palestinians for Trump, and they go out there and they say, "We got to support Trump. He's going to end the war. He's going to do this." And so, I mean, they outsmarted her team.
Yeah.
On those little marginal issues.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. Well, I don't know if it's I think it's unfortunate. Maybe they did outsmart. I think it's not even just a team. I think they outsmarted Americans, bro. I mean, and I think that's because
it's not so much Americans. Go ahead.
But because do these people really represent Americans? I mean, did he even really want to do by any of his constituents, the people that voted for him? I mean, was that Trump's real goal to do for these people what he promised? You see what I mean? So to me, I mean, but I get you.
That's his whole thing. That's his whole thing. Is like tell everybody what they want to hear.
Right.
Once they vote for you, they're stuck with me.
Right. Exactly.
And so people that want to end the war in Ukraine, I'll end the war on the first day before it starts. People that complain about high prices, I'll bring prices down on the first day. People that complain about gas prices, I'll make gas prices come down on the first day. And people hate immigrants, I'm going to get rid of all the immigrants on the first day. But that's his thing. That's what he said the whole time. He had no intention of bringing him down.
No, I don't think
Never
he did.
did.
Exactly. I don't think he did either. Hold on now. Look, you got some. Who is this? Harbo says, hold on. I'm trying to figure. This caller isn't saying they don't like you, man. Those things I'm saying.
What am I saying?
I can read in between the lines what he's saying. He's telling you that if you continue to try to help people, you'll lose the election. Who is saying that?
That's not what I said at all. I'm saying that Trump
is he talking about me?
People.
Is he talking about me or what?
I mean, I don't know what he's talking about me. I'll explain what I'm saying exactly. Is that one thing about VP Harris is she was trying to be she was being as truthful as she could be with people. This is what I'm going to do for you. This is what Project 25 is all about. I think she was quite transparent. But I just think that she should have done her own thing rather than listening to those advisors and following their path. I think that was her biggest mistake is she didn't follow her own path.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta say, man, I'm not this one. I really hope I'm gonna watch some of this Tulsi Gabbard stuff, but just to check that point about her, you were saying that Tulsi gave her some run on this debate, but I mean, I think in my mind, my thoughts is like this. There's a lot of people in America that have issues. There's loads of people, and everybody thinks that their issue is more important than somebody else's. And if we if we all go to our own corner and say our issue is more important than someone else's, we're not going to get anywhere. We need, as Americans, to take every issue serious. You know what I mean? Even if the issue doesn't apply to me. Like, I'm not a woman, but I care about women's rights. Even though I'm not a woman, I care about women's rights. And I think it should be the same thing about Palestinian rights. You know, how Palestinians feel. We should think about how they feel since our dollars are being used, right? But I think Palestinians need to also do the same thing. They need to think about the other things that matter also, because these other things are good things too for them. You know what I mean? And I think that's kind of where I mean by single issue. Like, why would anyone make it? And I'm not just talking about Palestinians, you know, and I'm not trying to beat up on Palestinians either, because I understand it's hard when shit is when your families are being blown up. It is a desperate and dire situation. You know what I mean? So I understand that, right? But Trump, look at Trump. Why would anyone? I'm sorry, but Trump, he hates Arabs. He already just banned all Arabs in the last administration. Like,
let's be clear, Trump hates poor Arabs.
He hates poor Arabs. I mean, he doesn't hate rich anybody. Yeah, he doesn't hate rich anybody. He doesn't hate rich anybody. Right. Yeah. But the rest of the people, he could give a damn about. Yeah. You see what I mean? No. And more importantly, the people that largely vote for Trump don't give a damn about him either. MAGA don't give a goddamn about. You already said that. But it's the same question we're having with Stephen Miller. He's a Jew. He's claiming to be Jewish, and yet he's operating like a Nazi.
Well, let's be clear. He is a Zionist. I mean, he's of Jewish descent, but he doesn't. I don't know if he practices Judaism. I know he doesn't really respect the Torah, at least not in his actions. You know, I listen to rabbis who talk about love and compassion, and about Tikkun Olam, and which is the healing of the world, and he doesn't believe in any of that. So he supports Zionism. Like, understand, like, he's from Santa Monica. Like, there's a history about him that's kind of known. Like, he went to school in Santa Monica, and he had a problem with a lot of the Latino guys out there. They hated him because of the stuff that he said. So he got beat up a couple of times.
So that's what's going on.
So this is like, yeah. So that's why. So he kind of grew up kind of racist, and he took it out, and he's taking out. It's just like a cop. Now, not all cops, but we've heard the story of a cop who was, you know, bullied as a kid. He becomes a cop, and then he turns around and bullies others. That's kind of what Stephen Miller's doing on a grander scale.
All right, let me see something. Yeah, I hear you, man. It's starting to make sense. But let me see. Somebody said, this is Harbo said, ask the caller if women should get an abortion after incest or rape.
So that's insane. And so for me, at least, you know, like, so personally, I'm pro-life personally, but it's not up to me. Like the woman has the right to control her own body, period. Now, getting abortion after incest or rape, first off, rape is horrifying. She's traumatized for life, and the kid's gonna be traumatized. And incest means the kid's probably gonna be born with some deformity. So I definitely think, just to be real, that's a high risk. So I definitely think those should be two reasons that should be considered for abortion 100%.
Okay, so you're okay with you're okay with the woman getting an abortion after rape or incest. That's fine.
I think the state should almost, that should be no question about that. No question about that. Yeah, if she says, "Oh no, I want to keep the baby anyway," that's fine. But I think most people like from a child being born of rape is a child being born of violence, and who knows what that child's going to be like. You know, first, like, if it was to be born, but what if the mother has to go through that trauma all of her life? And it's not really about like I understand that it's a child, but you have to understand in the lifetime of Christ, abortion was common. And look it up. The Romans performed abortions. They gave you like a I think it's called pennywise. So it's existed throughout history.
Yeah,
So
and
no,
then
I don't think a child should be born out of rape or out of incest at all. I think it's horrifying for that, unless of course the
and
mother
then there's
chooses to
but
be.
then there's also health reasons. There's also health
And there's
reasons.
major health reasons.
Yeah, there's a
Like
lot
there
of
was a case.
abortions are health reasons. If they,
Yeah, there's a
so
case in Ohio where a girl was 9 years old and she was raped by her father, and they made her have the baby.
yeah, that's horrible.
Horrible. So yeah, so
What I do
I'm against that.
is I don't I have a I'm gonna watch some of this debate here, and then be out. But my view on it is just really simple. It's like, it's not my body. I control my body. You control
my
your
body,
body.
exactly.
I that's where I keep it up, because I know this whole thing. It's like, why should people? It's not me who have to live with the choice. I don't have to live with
I go a
somebody
little
else's
further.
choice. You know.
I go a little further too. So in that sense, I'm pro-choice. If you want to have the baby, we should support it. But I'm even for I think there should be a government program for mothers. If you have a child and you didn't want to keep it, you can go to the government. Go, I don't want this child. I'm going to keep it anyway. And the government helps you out. They help you
Yeah.
out with a monthly stipend to make sure that the child's taken care of. The child has Medicare for the child, the mother,
Right.
Medicare for life,
Yeah.
and free education for the child.
Yeah, I
Now,
agree.
if you want to do
I
that,
agree. I know
that's
what you
cool.
mean. Yeah,
Because,
I agree.
yes, yeah.
Because that's the other
if we
side.
went for that,
Yeah.
yeah, that's the other problem. These kids, these mothers can't afford these kids. All of a sudden, she's a single mom. She can't work, and also like if the mother has to work, if she has to work, then there should be free childcare.
Right.
If she has to have this baby. So if
Right.
we want to do that,
Yeah.
I support that, but it's her choice. So I'm pro-choice,
Or you know what?
100%.
Yeah, and how about the fact that, hey, people pay taxes. So why don't you have taxes available for different people's choices? Whatever their choice is their life, right? If that's their choice, that's it. If a woman wants to have a baby and she needs some help, then she should have, that should be a right, I think. You know what I mean? And even a man, you know what I'm saying? And I that's what I don't get, because these people are paying taxes anyway. So what the hell? You see what I mean? Like, and but in any case, look, I tried to drop the link. For some reason, you were the only one that could hit the link, man. There must be some sort of issue.
I wanted to hear from Edward. I will see him in the chat. Edward, I was good to see you in the chat. I wish we could talk. I would love to have heard some of your opinions on this.
Yeah, and Edward, mine is called. Do you know what my server is called? How do they find my server name on Discord? Maybe that's easier, right?
I had to text you, and then you had to send it to me in order for me to do that. Remember that? Because I couldn't find it either.
Okay, that's what it is. Yeah, so try to do that, Edward. Try to text me, and then I can send it to you again. Maybe that'll be better. But is this it? Yeah, I think that was it, man. I think I have the link. He's just got to text me from there. I got the link, so you can become a friend. So you become a friend, Edward. You click on the link, you become my friend, and then I can invite you into the stream. That's how it works. And anybody else. All right, I appreciate it, Fries. You stepping
Any
out.
other questions in the chat? Any other questions in the chat? I love any other questions in the chat.
Okay.
That answer the questions.
Okay, let me see here. Somebody, I think Harbonip doesn't like you, man. Or is that it? Or I'm trying to figure out what's going on in the chat.
What's he saying?
Okay, he says, someone else says he is all talk. Edwards, it sounds like, okay, let me see. It is only for women to have children. Is it only for single mothers? Is it only people that are pregnant with white babies? Okay, no, I don't think that's what. I don't think that's what he's saying. Why are you not pushing back on this ridiculous argument? What's his arguments I should push back on?
What's my argument?
No, I'm curious.
I might push back on my own argument.
Yeah. I'm trying to figure out, I'm just listening to what he's saying, but I haven't heard him say. He's saying that he has an opinion about what the Democrats didn't do correctly in the last election, and it's not like I haven't heard that opinion before. It's not just from him. I've heard it from a lot of people. That's why I wanted him to come up to talk about it. It doesn't mean I agree, because you can hear I don't agree 100% of what he's saying, but it's his opinion. It is his opinion. I think there was some misreads on this last election when it comes to Kamala Harris. I don't think it was logical, choosing not choosing Trump over Kamala Harris. I don't think it was a wise decision, and I don't think it was a logical one.
No.
But I understand the disparity that Palestinian people feel. Like, I understand that's not easy to do, because if you feel like no one's listening to you, hey, that's what a lot of Palestinians felt like. They felt like no one was listening to them. And there must be something crazy if you vote for Trump, But the reason why I'm talking about it now is so people don't make the same decision with these midterms, man. This is the real reason why I wanted to talk about it. Because the chat is good. You guys need to hop up, man. Somebody click the link. But so I want to avoid issues in the midterms, single issue, because these same topics are going to come up, right? Same topics are going to come up.
Yeah.
The same question about do you support AIPAC? The same topic about what else is it? Any of the things we discussed. All these issues are here to stay. And so like you said, people said that they even said that I heard this over the internet. People said that some people said Jasmine Crockett lost because of AIPAC money. I have the same view about her as I do about Kamala. Like, is that only thing you can see is the AIPAC money? Like, you can't see all the other things. Like, I'm trying to tell you. I'm not saying it's not a factor, but I'm just saying, what about all the other things?
Again, I'm trying to throw. This isn't my view. I'm trying to tell you what progressives are telling me.
Right.
Like, I had so many friends. I can't even more than 20 friends that I know in LA who says that they didn't vote for. What do you mean you didn't vote for Harris? They voted the entire ticket, and they either voted another candidate, or they left it blank. And I got I stopped talking to some of my friends over it, but I can't control them on that. It's real quick. Tell the chat to do this. There is a study that was done by the DNC, an autopsy of the 2024 election. Okay, tell them to look up and find that. And the reason why it's going to be difficult is the DNC buried it.
Yeah, they didn't release it. It's not released.
So Kyle Kalinske talked, but do you know why they didn't release it? Because what it showed in it is that Harris, the number one reason Harris lost was over her Palestine issues.
Now, that's not what they said.
That was the number one.
That's not what they said.
Yeah, that's
but
that's what Kyle Kalinske talked about that.
But who
talked about it?
Who is saying that? Who said it's the number one reason?
Kyle Kalinske, when he did a whole thing about, he did it when it first happened.
Okay.
Because there was a bunch of polls came out. Like, one came out of Arizona, and one poll said that 35% of those polls said that they had at least one friend who didn't vote for Harris because of the Palestine issue.
But
so I was like, no shit.
No. But what I'm saying is, I'm just talking about the language, the exact language. Because first of all, I didn't read the report because the report's not released.
Parts of it have been leaked.
It's not released.
Kyle Kalinske did the whole thing on it.
It's an internal report. So some people, the higher ups, saw it, right? But they did release parts of it. And this is how I read what they released, right? I don't know. It's just a guess. It's my guess. As a matter of fact, I should probably pull that up here since we're talking about it, right? What I got out of it is that the reason why Democrats released this is because they want to get ahead of the next election, because they know this is an issue, and they know that people want to know how do Dems feel about this issue. So I think they released these segments of it to get ahead of it. But let me see. What did the Democratic biopsy conclude, or
biopsy or autopsy,
or the parts released? Autopsy. Oh, okay. Sorry. Yeah. Or the parts released. You said autopsy.
Autopsy, yes, an autopsy. Also, there's a look up exit polling in Arizona dealing with Harris in Palestine, and that's one of the ones that he talked about. He looked at that's when it came out. So
the
I'm just
exit
saying
polling, right? Here we go.
The exit polling said a lot of that. Go ahead.
So it says, I'm not saying that I'm not saying that's not one of the issues. Like, I agree. It is one of the issues, but I was saying the one from what I thought is that there were several big issues, and, because we know that there's several big issues that led to Trump being president. Number one, he breaks the law. You know what I'm saying? You don't follow the rules and shit,
Number one.
But that doesn't mean that there's not other serious issues, But I just didn't hear the thing about the number one issue, right? But here it says, since specifically asked about the Democratic autopsy, you're likely referring to the scathing 2017 post. Nah, autopsy Democratic Party prices. No, I'm talking about the recent one.
And the reason why it matters is because so other things like one of them was that it had to do with the border issue, but the border issue is not the problem. Actually Harris and Biden went down. Go ahead.
This is what they said. They said it was a net negative. It was a net negative. That's the language they're using, right? So yeah. So in other words, how they handled the Gaza stuff was a negative. It didn't bring votes. They lost votes by how they handled it, essentially. And so they have the net negative. The reason party leaders argued a public report would be a distraction and could fuel infighting ahead of 2026 midterms, right? They don't want to do that. And also, why do you give your competition points? You know what I mean? Pointers and shit. That doesn't make sense. But here's what they did release. Net negative finding despite the secrecy reports notably from Axios in February 2026, revealed that the internal data showed the Biden-Harris administration Gaza policy was a net negative. This means it likely lost the party more votes among young people, progressives, and Arab Americans than it gained or saved. So that's the issue. It lost more than it gained, how they dealt with it, right? And they could have used those votes, right? Then they saying another issue was digital and messaging gaps. Leaked details suggest that the report also found a massive failure in digital outreach. That's internet outreach and doing these vlogs and and having podcasters talk about you, coming on podcaster shows, to the public. This is another key area though. Like they definitely didn't do well in that. You know what I'm saying? They got their ass whipped. In the digital space, and then the Roots action release because the DNC wouldn't release it. Okay, voter disenfranchisement. Harris received roughly 6.8 million fewer votes than Biden did in 2020. The report argues this wasn't just about people switching to Trump, but about depressed turnout because voters felt uninspired. There you go.
Yes.
So there's more, but what they're uninspired about, you see what I mean? And that's why I'm talking about like single issue. Like you got to realize something. And don't get me wrong. I'm not saying this to just Palestinians. It's just anybody, right? Don't expect that everyone's going to turn out. You got to understand when it comes time to voting in the United States of America, you found out now shit can get really bad if you don't turn out to vote. If you don't turn out to vote, things can go bad. People have to vote. Just vote. And 30 million people not voting, that's got to be the problem. And 30 million people not voting, they ain't no Palestinians. It ain't 30 million Palestinians in the U.S. You see what I'm saying?
I looked that up. I think 86 million people didn't vote in the last election.
Yeah, I mean 86. That's what I mean. I'm sorry, except 86. Yeah. Exactly. You see what I'm saying?
That's a lot. That's a lot. That's the real problem.
To me, that's the real problem. Like across the board, they're not getting people to the table, and that's I think. But for the people that did vote, at least Palestinians voted. At least they voted. You see what I mean? Now the other people who didn't vote, you got to ask yourself, did you get what you liked out of not voting? Because you were the number one reason why Trump is the president.
I mean, I think a lot of people have buyer's remorse. There's no doubt about that. And I think a lot of people, like I haven't talked to my friends about it. Yeah. But how can they not realize that even though Harris wasn't perfect, she was better? So again, it's easy to say now, but the Republicans. So the whole thing with
man,
TikTok,
Eric is getting on you, man. Eric doesn't. Eric,
what is he saying? Eric Klein?
No, not Eric Klein. Edward. I'm sorry. It's Eric. It's Edward, man.
Oh, what's that? What's Edward saying now?
Yeah, you can't see the chat, but he's just criticizing you, man.
Tell me what he's saying. I'll respond to it.
Okay, he said, yeah, hey, the caller, whoever the F you are, piece of MAGA, what do you think about Elon Musk having your social security number? Is he, Eric, are you?
I despise Elon. I despise Elon Musk. You have to know that. Like Elon Musk should be deported. Elon Musk is a horrible human being, and I think he's a detriment not just to America, but to humanity as a whole. How is the richest man in the world going to take money away from USAID? The richest man in the world took money away from the poorest people in the world by saying it's a scam.
Yeah, well,
so
I see
I'm not gonna
you and Edward are gonna have to work out issues out, man. And
Edward's gonna he's got his own issues because he doesn't know what he's talking about. He's talking out of his rear end. I don't like Elon Musk. I don't know why he thought I would like Elon Musk.
I don't like Elon Musk either, man. I don't understand it. If you like Elon Musk, yeah, exactly. I wouldn't even have you up here if you like Elon Musk. I ain't got time for that shit.
No,
you know what I'm saying?
No, I think you never understand what Elon. I think you know he's here illegally, right? That was the whole thing. And the thing is, so do you know why he collapsed? You know that he was under investigation with 11. I think it was 11 different indictments against him by different agencies.
Yeah.
USAID had 3 against him. Okay. So that's why he got rid of these agencies. They were all investigating him. They were all investigating him for corruption or for worker abuse, all these different things. He was being investigated about, he was going to jail.
Okay.
That's because he even said it on the podcast. Because if I lose this election, I'm going to prison. with Tucker Carlson, he's laughing about it, but he was going to jail.
They think you are. Harbaugh thinks you're a Trump supporter. I don't think you guys are a closet MAGA supporter. I don't know what's going on here, man. But in any case, I appreciate you hopping up. No worries. You got to get in the chat.
I think they're trolling me.
Yeah, you got to get in the chat. They probably trolling you, bro. They just might be fucking with you right now.
That's not good. It's not good. Anyone can come and talk to me if you think I support Trump. Let me get close enough.
I'm like, what the hell?
I'll go to jail for all of us. Yeah,
this is crazy.
Someone got to do the dirty work.
But listen, I think one of the points Edward was saying is that I had to fact check you on the DNC report. But listen, that's not in my mind. That's not the biggest deal because listen, I understand this conversation got to happen a million times. Because of the midterms is coming. So people need to get comfortable with this conversation, with hearing these things. And the reason why I read that to you, wanted you to hear that part about what they said, the particular words, is because in my mind, I look at it like this. It's not, the Republicans aren't worried about Palestinian votes. They ain't worried about nobody's votes. Right? They don't give a damn, right? So in my mind, the Dems would have never released that. Just the fact that they released it means they care. You see what I mean? I don't think
release what?
Release the parts that they did, saying that the Palestinian debate, how they didn't do well because it was a net negative. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think it's worse than you think. So this is my take.
Okay,
they're hiding it from us, and granted that they have to tell their enemies the problem, but we live in an open society. You have to be open with us. So they don't want the Democratic Party to know because the truth is it's going to make the matter worse. And the real breakdown on this autopsy is as long as you keep taking money from AIPAC, any candidate is liable to not be able to hold on in 2028. And by 2030, it's going to be over. By 2036, it will be a toxic poison pill. This is what's already happened with AIPAC, and you can fact check this. AIPAC is coming up with these other groups where they're coming up and they're still funding money to these candidates, but it's no longer called AIPAC. It's called the Happy We Love America movement.
Yeah, there's various different ones. There's various different ones. Yeah, that's true. There's various different
ones.
And
people are gonna sniff that out. So there's one group called J Street. Have you heard of J Street?
Yeah. Yeah, you were telling me about
So
them.
J Street is J Street is cool, and I guess I say that because Bernie is on board with them.
Right.
So J Street is like one of the acceptable ones, but I got friends that stuff up with me, and they were Bernie supporters because he's from J Street, and
Okay.
they were like that's not acceptable. So I'm just saying that this isn't my viewpoints. I'm telling you what the temperature is outside, which is what
Yeah.
people are telling me the
Yeah.
feedback I'm getting from it,
Yeah, I hear you.
and it's
I hear you.
just
And there are
it's
people
over.
that
It's over.
are thinking about this now. But it's people are becoming more aware of it. So and that's the whole point of us talking about it, because I don't think it's wise to kind of push it under the rug or anything like that. I don't think it's going away. And but also I think it's a good timing to talk about it because look at what's going on right now. Trump has gone out with Netanyahu and started a motherfucking war. And it's like our tax dollars are involved. And so this is, in my mind, this is the perfect time to talk about it, Like, in my mind, this is the perfect time,
This is coming, right? Like Netanyahu couldn't get this war with Obama. Netanyahu couldn't get this war. Like with George Bush, he still got him. He's because that's the intel against Saddam.
Yeah.
That came from Israel.
Yeah.
That led us to
Yeah. That's
that
true.
war. So
That's true. Part of the intelligence came
so
from
he
them.
tricked
Yeah.
him.
That's
Yeah.
true. That's true.
He tricked him.
And it's the
So
same thing
that was
this
the
time.
first one.
Yeah, but this is what they asked them today. The news media asked them where did basically they didn't say where did the intelligence come from, but they asked questions that led to the same thing. How did they know? Like who made it seem like we have to do this? How did they know where the Ayatollah was and these kind of things? And this is the intelligence, Israeli intelligence. We're relying on a lot of what they say to take action. You know, so they said that there was going to be something that happened, and so we have to do a preemptive attack. That's basically what it comes down to. Now,
all lies. All lies.
Exactly. And now
It's
there's
all
a
lies.
war. Now it's a war. Now look, somebody asked, "Did you vote for Harris?"
Yes, I did.
I voted for Harris. Yeah, and so
again,
did Fryers. Yeah. Go ahead, Fryers.
Yeah, I didn't want to, but she was, like it's still Harris, but like I wanted Bernie, but there was no primary, and she's the only person on the ticket, so that was an easy choice for me. Between Bernie, I'm sorry, between Trump and her, that's a no brainer,
Right. Right. Yeah.
So
exactly.
that wasn't even an issue.
Exactly.
That wasn't even an issue.
And that's what I'm saying. I mean, I think that's how we got to come to the table because listen, there's a big fight going on in the U.S. and there's so many things that are so important, and also so many situations that are dire, but we need to first thing is talk about the issues in advance and talk to our candidates, the representatives about these issues, and the more people talk about it, the more consensus there will be on it. I think the last time around, I don't think to be honest, I don't think Kamala got a fair shake. Just like I don't think Jasmine got a fair shake. You know what I'm saying? But
no, she didn't. She did. But she gets short-handed big time.
But at the end of the day, this is not the only election that's going to happen. There's some coming up this 2026, and these are just as important. And I just hope that enough people, recognize what didn't work before, and that's not just voters. Even if you're a single issue voter and you think, wow, maybe I went a little hard. Okay, I'm not even just talking about you either. I'm also talking about the representatives. I mean, we all got to figure out how to make sure we get better outcomes in our elections and improve the quality of life for Americans in the country. So and then of course we need to watch where we're spending our money because we can't have people misusing our money. We can't have it happening. So, on that note, all right, Fries. So let me just peep this one thing about Kamala real quick. This was a comment that Fries made about Kamala. He said Tulsi Gabbard, she got at Kamala on one, question. So I'm gonna listen to this and then I'm gonna be out. I just want to see what she say. All right, here we go. All right, peace, Fries. One.
All right, peace. I'm gonna go back in the chat.
Okay. All right. Peace.
Yeah.
In the 1970s, having benefited from busing when you were a young child. Vice President Biden says that your current position on busing, you're opposed to federally mandated busing, that position is the same as his position. Is he right?
That is simply false. And let's be very clear about this. When Vice President Biden was in the United States Senate working with segregationists to oppose busing, which was the vehicle by which we would integrate America's public schools, had I been in the United States Senate at that time, I would have been completely on the other side of the aisle. And let's be clear about this. Had those segregationists their way, I would not be a member of the United States Senate, Cory Booker would not be a member of the United States Senate, and Barack Obama would not have been in a position to nominate him to the title he now holds. And so on that issue, we could not be more apart, which is that the Vice President has still failed to acknowledge that it was wrong to take the position that he took at that time. Now, I would like to also talk about this conversation about Eric Garner, because I too met with his mother. And one of the things that we've got to be clear about is that this President of the United States, Donald Trump, while he has been in office, has quietly been allowing the United States Department of Justice to shut down consent decrees, to stop pattern and practice investigations. On that case, we also know that the Civil Rights Division, this is important, the Civil Rights Division of the United States Department of Justice said charges should have been filed, but this United States Department of Justice usurped, and I believe it is because that president did not want those charges to go forward, and they overrode a decision by the Civil Rights Division of the United States Department of Justice. Under my administration, the Civil Rights Division will reign, and there will be independent investigations.
Vice President Biden, I want to give you a chance to respond to what Senator Harris just said.
When Senator Harris was the Attorney General for 8 years in the state of California, there were two of the most segregated school districts in the country, in Los Angeles and in San Francisco. And she did not, I didn't see a single solitary time she brought a case against them to desegregate them. Secondly, she also was in a situation where she had a police department when she was there that in fact was abusing people's rights. And the fact was that she, in fact, was told by her own people, that her own staff, that she should do something about and disclose to defense attorneys like me that you, in fact, have been, the police officer did something that did not give you information that would exculpate your client. She didn't do that. She never did it. And so what happened? Along came a federal judge and said, enough, and he freed 1,000 of these people. If you doubt me, Google 1,000 prisoners freed, Kamala Harris.
Thank you, Vice President Biden. And Senator Harris, your response?
This is simply not true. And as Attorney General of California, where I ran the second largest Department of Justice in the United States, second only to the United States Department of Justice, I am proud of the work we did, work that has received national recognition for what has been the important work of reforming a criminal justice system and cleaning up the consequences of the bills that you passed when you were in the United States Senate for decades. It was the work of creating one of the first in the nation initiatives around re-entering former offenders and getting them jobs and counseling.
Thank you, Senator.
I did the work as Attorney General of putting body cameras on special agents in the state of California, and I'm proud of that work.
I want to bring in Congresswoman Gabbard. Congresswoman Gabbard, you took issue with Senator Harris confronting Vice President Biden at the last debate. You called it a, quote, false accusation that Joe Biden is a racist. What's your response?
I want to bring the conversation back.
Now, look. This is the part I wanted to get to. This is this is Tulsi Gabbard. This is Tulsi Gabbard. This is Tulsi Gabbard, the head of the CIA, basically, right? Isn't this what her position is?
To the broken criminal justice system that is disproportionately negatively impacting black and brown people all across this country today. Now, Senator Harris says she's proud of her record as a prosecutor and that she'll be a prosecutor president, but I'm deeply concerned about this record. There are too many examples to cite, but she put over 1,500 people in jail for marijuana violations and then laughed about it when she was asked if she ever smoked marijuana. She blocked evidence. She blocked evidence that would have freed an innocent man from death row until the courts forced her to do so. She kept people in prison beyond their sentences to use them as cheap labor for the state of California. And she fought to keep cash bail system in place. that impacts poor people in the worst kind of way.
Thank you, Congresswoman.
Now, you know what I'm starting to think? I'm starting to think she ran and being linked up with Trump the whole time. That's what I'm starting to think. When I hear this, it just seems like she really ran to take votes away or try to split this primary. You know what I'm saying? Like, but in any case, this is her making these statements about Kamala Harris, right? So let's hear the response.
Senator Harris, your response.
As the elected Attorney General of California, I did the work of significantly reforming the criminal justice system of a state of 40 million people, which became a national model for the work that needs to be done. And I am proud of that work. And I am proud of making a decision to not just give fancy speeches or be in a legislative body and give speeches on the floor, but actually doing the work of being in the position to use the power that I had to reform a system that is badly in need of reform. That is why we created initiatives that were about reentering former offenders and getting them counseling. It is why, and because I know that criminal justice system is so broken, that I am an advocate for what we need to do to not only decriminalize, but legalize marijuana.
So, what's interesting is that this is Tulsi Gabbard over here. Like, this is her views back then. This is her views back then. I'm just like, and of course, let me read one of these comments. I saw Edward said, she also said during her 24 campaign that she had changed her mind about prosecuting people for cannabis and that she felt bad about having done that. Yeah, it's true. And it's true. And I don't think, I just think sometimes you got to know where you have to, first of all, that's why I always say nobody's perfect, but do you want to do good? Are you trying to do good? And are you able to be reformed? Also is part of it too. Like, but in any case, I'm not saying Kamala Harris was perfect, but she's damn sure better than Trump. And people voted for Trump. Kamala Harris, and think about Tulsi Gabbard. Tulsi Gabbard is appointed by a man whose best friend was Jeffrey Epstein. Donald Trump, the man who hired Tulsi Gabbard, his best friend is the country's most prolific sex trafficker and sexual abuser of minors and blackmailers the country has ever known. And she's criticizing Kamala Harris. And now she works and she carries water. She carries water for Trump. She carries water for Trump. I mean, yeah, enough said. I mean, politics is a funny business, and I just hope the American people get more out of this shit. Of course, I forgot about this, how phony Tulsi Gabbard is. Just think about this. She's carrying water for Trump, and she had the nerve to run as a Democrat in a primary. What the hell is going on here? What the hell? You know what I'm saying? Like, what's up with this? And it's just it's just too much. It's just too much at this point. But in any case, one thing you can't say is that you're living in a Kamala Harris administration right now. You're not. So whatever the bad elements are with your life, you're over 1 year into Trump's term. And this is what's going on now. And he has the 100% backing pretty much of his Republicans in Congress and pretty much in the Senate, and pretty much in the Supreme Court, pretty much. So people don't have to worry about Kamala Harris again, So on that note, I'm going to be out. I'm going to catch up with y'all in 8 hours from now. So I'll catch everybody. I appreciate everybody for coming out. Friars, thanks for hopping up. And everyone else that came out earlier today in the stream, it's so many people. Thorn, what's up? Yeah, two foreigners, almost probably one from Israel and one from Russia. Yo, strange. Russia has their hands in a Republicans' politics. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, facts. And And think about the talking points that Tulsi Gabbard made. She made one of those talking points too. It was like, go right back to the same place. You prosecuted men for smoking weed. You know what I'm saying? But then just that's it. Don't say anything else after that. Nothing else. Just leave it like that. You know what I'm saying? And when the point of the matter is that she doesn't mean anybody any good anyway. You know, so Tulsi Gabbard doesn't mean anybody any damn good. And yeah, it's a shame. It's a shame. But in any case, I'll catch up with y'all in a few. I'll be back. I appreciate everybody for coming out. And yeah, it's been another day of politics. Hopefully these the Senate will put some limits on Trump, but I don't think they will. They don't have a record of putting limits on Trump. They're talking like it, saying they want to put limits on his war powers, but we will see. We will see how well that goes. But until then, we catch up, everybody. Peace. I appreciate y'all. One. See you later. See you later. Impeach Trump.
I traveled the globe just to gain perspective. The theory of relativity applied. Of course, it took a while to decide how I should proceed, but even my life is truly based upon need. So I move forward with more deliberate speed. Smash corny motherfuckers that stuck on greed. My seed is worth more than $1 million in future stock. The goal is to break the safe, the padlock. Mad cats can't stop it, need a rocket. Your style is boring and cold, mine is tropic. Battles you want, commit, you'll change the topic. My partner should get to put your beat in the pocket. So this nigga here can proceed to destroy your stereotypical pop rap gangsta ploy. Not hating on niggas from the ghetto, but I'm hating on copycat rappers from the meadow. They procreate bullshit without paying the price. That's like talking about CeeLo with no dice. I drink milk, but that's about it. I won't compare dairy MCs to dope shit. I want you full undivided in this here place. We think to entertain and to educate your bum ass niggas and your non-believers. You know we change your membrane every time you see us. The odds can't stand the way we make away ease. The way we get love from the finest ladies. Oh my son, oh here comes another one. About to take it to the place that lies under the sun. I know how to see a whack MC when he bustin', but I just back away real cool, no fussin'. I'd rather go kicking in the streets with the bums and use the knowledge to collect what? Some funds. Open a non-profit and build a damn school. And this is the story of how a great king rules. There's many that claim to know the local demographic, but don't have the nerve to tell you the truth. It's tragic, but I do, so sit back and let me spit this shit to you. You feel better when I spit this shit to you, despite the system trying to clamp down on the people. People will learn how to stand up to evil. Not evil that's across the globe, that's too far, but evil that lies in their own backyard. And fighting, it's not an option, they can't win. The government, it's not supposed to represent sin, but then again they do, and that's a problem. So let's go down and figure out how to solve them. It's not fun being a rapper that can't speak, but we do, yes, and plus we make fat beats. Yo, we smoke weed, break up trees. Listen, bringing fat beats, that is our mission. You wanted to see us, homeboy, shut up and listen. Thelonious and Big Bennett, brother, check the vision. Mentalities of different realities. Enter the Star Trek room when you hear the boom. I be the Walkman with the super bass. Automatic stop, yes, stereo cassette player. With the delayer, freaky lyrical sprayer. Extraterrestrial rhyme sayer. I be the poetical VIC/master of the ceremony. Testimony, won't you come step with me? I'm on a historical journey. Kinda like Sigourney. Implore me to represent the attorney that represents my niggas, go figure. It's the card, they call me Uncle Bigger. Niggas love your blunts, down your liquors. I read the parallel to the fiction. You fixated on this brother's nature. Relaxed behavior, I might save your change. Flip it, rearrange the whole concept. You was good for all your brain. Insane, psychotic, neurotic, black black onyx, and hooked on phonics, just atomic. It bleeds like a bonnet. Cut with the Asiatic, they all up on it. Rhyme static with the bombastic type of skill. You wonder, is this nigga Vic really for real? It's still, but only necessary in the berry. I'm milk like dairy, they quite contrary. That's scary, but I'm a dog in the prairie. I scurry to grab my bones and just bury. Lyrical flurry, go get your secretary with impeccable dictions. My style might vary, so get a hold of your own shit real fast. Fucking with us, we take it right out your ass. Prairie dogs chill while the other dogs howl. Too many dogs get sent to the pound. Back on the hill, me and my peeps just lounge. Prairie dogs, we keep it on the down. Splatter, don't like gun splatter. We try to climb the ladder, wicked men get better. They make it like splatter, but it really don't matter. Cause you know we coming back to our sons and our daughters. So father him the one who protects ya, and the mother she will never neglect ya. Through divine nature the people respect ya, and in this way I deliver my lecture. MC when he bustin', but I just back away real cool, no fussin'. I'd rather go kicking in the streets with the bums and use the knowledge to collect what? Some funds, open a non-profit and build a damn school. And this is the story of how a great king rules. There's many that claim to know the local demographic, but don't have the nerve to tell you the truth. It's tragic, but I do, so sit back and let me spit this shit to you. You feel better when I spit this shit to you. Despite the system trying to clamp down on the people will learn how to stand up to evil. Not evil that's across the globe, that's too far, but evil lies in their own backyard. And fighting, it's not an option, they can't win. The government, it's not supposed to represent sin, but then again they do, and that's a problem. So let's go down and figure out how to solve them. It's not fun being a rapper that can't speak, but we do, yes, and plus we make fat beats. Yo, we smoke weed, break up trees. Listen, bringing fat beats, that is our mission. You wanted to see us, homeboy, shut up and listen. Thelonious and Big Bennett, brother, check the vision. Mentalities of different realities. Then to the Star Trek room when you hear the boom, I be the Walkman with the super bass. Automatic stop, yes, stereo cassette player. With the delayer, freaky lyrical sprayer. Extraterrestrial rhyme sayer. I be the poetical VIC/master of the ceremony. Tendaboni, won't you come step with me? I'm on a historical journey, kinda like Sigourney. Implore me to represent the attorney that represents my niggas, go figure. Here's the card, they call me Uncle Vigor. Niggas love your blunts, down your liquors. I be the parallel to the fiction. You're fixated on this brother's nature. Relaxed behavior, I might save your change. Flip it, rearrange. The whole concept, yo, is good for all your brain. Insane, psychotic, neurotic, black onyx, and hooked on phonics, just atomic. It bleeds like a bonnet. Cut with the Asiatic, they all up on it. Rhyme static with the bombastic type of skill. You wonder, is this nigga Vic really for real? It's still, but only necessary in the very